Chapter 29. Su Fingnian estimated the time. The white-haired old man should have finished squatting in the latrine, got up and left the inner room. He put on his beautiful clothes and shouted, "Cucumber!" The servant girl who wished she could never wear yellow clothes in her life immediately went to the other courtyard and brought 3 cucumbers. Su Fingnian took one in his hand and 2 under his armpit, munching on them as he walked. At first, he was worried that the old man's courtyard would be smelly, but when he got closer, he realized that he was worrying too much. The latrine of the prince's mansion prepared countless spices. Even if the old man defecated like he was wielding a knife, the smell would not spread too far. Not only did the old man defecate, he also took a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. He sat on the steps and lowered his head to stroke the blade. Without raising his head, he asked, "Doll, are you really not afraid?" Su Fingnian sat beside him and chuckled. "Old Huang said you are not only the best knife user in the world, you have never killed anyone in your life, so I am not afraid." The old man laughed and shook his head. "This is half true and half false. I don't kill people indiscriminately, but I am not the best knife user." "Doll, your mouth is too slippery, I don't like it." Su Fingnian smiled mischievously. "As long as Miss likes me, it's fine if old grandpa doesn't like me. Anyway, after beating up the turtle of Wudong Mountain, we will go our separate ways. But if old grandpa still misses the food in the prince's mansion, you are welcome to stay and eat." The old man chuckled and asked, "What is the rank of that Wudong Mountain Grandmaster?" Su Fingnian thought for a while and said, "Shouldn't be high, but his seniority is outrageous. A Wudong Mountain Taoist priest who is less than 30 years old, how high can his rank be? Besides, there is no name of him in Jianghu." Old Kuei nodded in realization and said, "Oh, that should be the youngest junior brother of the Wudong Mountain chief Wang Zhonglo who cultivates the Great Yellow Court Pass. Grandpa has heard about him when I entered the Cold Land back then. His martial arts aptitude is average, but he specializes in Dao techniques and great techniques, which is somewhat mysterious." Su Fingnian asked the question he was most concerned about, "Old Grandpa, can you beat him?" The old man said, "Doll, Grandpa will give you a word. Whether you can beat him or not, you will only know after you fight, right?" Su Fingnian couldn't help but grumble, "You sound so heroic, but what happened in the end? Didn't you stay at the bottom of the lake for more than 10 years? Old Kuei knocked Su Fingnian's head with a knife. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Su Fingnian piled a smile on his face and said with a mischievous grin, "Then let's go to that bullshit Wudong Mountain and make a ruckus." The old man suddenly stood up, his figure enveloping Su Fingnian's whole body, the 2 chains clanging. Yes. Wudong Mountain had 2 ponds, 4 pools, 9 wells, 24 deep streams, 36 cliffs, 81 peaks, a nunnery, and a 10-mile palace. With the Taishan Palace on the Jade Pillar Peak as the center, the 81 peaks surrounded the peak, and the palace was tilted, forming the famous 81 peaks. For thousands of years, countless people who pursued the path of immortality retreated to Wudong, or sat on the cliff, or hid in the immortal's coffin, listening to the heavenly music, watching the mist and clouds, and the green mountains and rivers, leaving behind countless legends. Wudong was the Taoist holy land of the previous dynasty, firmly suppressing Mount Longhu. After the establishment of the Liang dynasty, Mount Longhu became the ancestral court of Taoism. Wudong had been silent for hundreds of years, but no one dared to underestimate this mountain's 1,000 years of heritage. Although the current leader, Wang Zhonglo, occupied one of the top 10 positions, legend has it that the immortal guides the way broke through the turbulent surging waves river. Regardless of whether it was a rumor or an exaggeration, in the end, he was still a virtuous and respected Taoist old immortal. Especially when he cultivated the most difficult and time-consuming Great Yellow Court Pass, it gave the whole Wudong Mountain a kind of unspoken air that spoke louder than words. 200 Bailiang cavalry mighty and mighty. A tall and sturdy old warrior wearing a black robe, dragging a long saber on the ground as he ran, dust flying. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. A group of people rushed straight to the Wudong Mountain Gates, Black Tortoise in Prosperity, Memorial Arch. The leading rider actually directly stepped on his horse, passing through the Memorial Arch before pulling the reins. In the 100 years of Jianghu, the only one who dared to look down on the martial arts world sect was Su Rintu, whose name made the older generation of Jianghu people pale. Tiger Father Dog Son. His Royal Highness Su Fingnian, riding on a vigorous Bailiang military horse, laughed self-deprecatingly. Looking at the group of Taoist priests who were attracted by this grand formation, he gloomily shouted, "I'll give you half an hour, make that green ox rider roll out." This group of Wudong Mountain Taoist priests was in a difficult position. It wasn't that they didn't know that there was a martial granduncle on the mountain with the same seniority as Jade Pillar Peak who liked to ride the green ox, but they were only ordinary Taoist priests of the Jade Pure Palace at the foot of the mountain. Not to mention that they couldn't move that martial granduncle. Even if the martial granduncle was easy to talk to, it would take at least half an hour to run to Taishan Palace, and 2 hours to go back and forth. The incoming people were aggressive. Could they wait? Jade Pillar Peak was divided into 2, big and small lotus peaks. The big lotus peak had more than 10 heavenly paradises for secluded cultivation, while the small lotus peak on one side of the cliff belonged to one person by default. This person was brought up the mountain by the previous generation's Wudong sect leader at the age of 5 and was accepted as a secluded disciple. At a young age, he became martial brothers with the current generation's sect leader, Wang Zhongluo. Wudong Mountain's 9 palaces and 13 temples, the majority of the several thousand yellow-crowned Taoist priests who saw this young man had to respectfully address him as martial granduncle. The younger ones even had to call him Taishang martial granduncle. Fortunately, this young ancestor had never left the mountain. He had only seen the memorial arch of the Black Tortoise Dang Xing when he entered the mountain. Afterwards, he had never approached it, nor did he even look at it from afar. For the past 20 years or so, if he wasn't at Jade Pillar Peak's Tai Ching Palace, then he was at Big and Small Lotus Peaks riding the green ox. Those who were lucky enough to see his true appearance would all return and tell others that his martial granduncle had an extremely good temper, was extremely knowledgeable, and was extremely elegant. The mountain gate was noisy, but on the edge of Small Lotus Peak's precipitous cliff, the Turtle Camel Tablet, it was very quiet. A young Taoist priest with an elegant appearance was lying on the back of a stone turtle, basking in the sun. He waved his hand, and a green ox grazing in the distance came forward. Several volumes of Taoist scriptures were hanging from the ox's horns. He took one down and was just about to flip through it when he suddenly pinched his fingers and jumped off the turtle's back. He found a withered branch and drew a dense array of heavenly stems and earthly branches on the ground. His expression slightly changed, and he continuously muttered to himself before finally sighing heavily. He carefully tidied his Taoist robe's sleeves and collar, flipped over the ox, and rode down Small Lotus Peak with a book hanging from its horns. He was half chanting and half singing, straight as a string, dead on the edge of the road. Curved like a hook, conferred the title of Marquis. Who drags the tail along the way, who leaves the bones in the hole. After leaving Small Lotus Peak, he released the green ox and carefully took down a volume of Taoist scriptures with the cover of the Spiritual Source Song. He read it as he walked, and with great interest, he went straight to the foot of Wudong Mountain. On the way, there would occasionally be Taoist priests who would stop and call him martial uncle or martial granduncle. He would smile and greet them, and was very amiable and approachable. Everyone only felt that this young senior was really diligent. He was indeed worthy of being the martial granduncle who had annotated countless ancient books in the Jade Pure Palace. It was no wonder that the headmaster praised him as, "The martial arts and orthodoxy of the world will be shouldered by him." But they didn't know that this martial granduncle who had an extremely good reputation was currently reading an erotic novel that was most despised by Taoists. It was just that it was pasted on the cover of the Spiritual Source Song. The Taoist priest flipped through the book over and over again, and because he couldn't bear to part with it, he borrowed it from His Royal Highness in the past. As he neared the foot of the mountain, He flipped the page over and over again dozens of times. Only then did he reluctantly put it away, and with a face full of righteousness, he said, "Even if you beat me black and blue, I will definitely not return this book." Chapter 30. When Su Fingnian, who was sitting high on his horse, saw that familiar figure, he hid in a corner of the pure jade palace and poked his head out. When this person saw His Royal Highness, he shrank back. Su Fingnian raised his horsewhip and angrily shouted, "Bull rider! If you hide again, I'll bring people to flatten the pure jade palace and throw you and the tortoise camel tablet off the small lotus peak." The young Taoist with the highest hopes of Wudang Mountain in the past 100 years appeared in front of everyone. He stopped far away from the Bailiang cavalry and bowed. With a face full of happiness, he said, "This little Taoist greets His Royal Highness." This martial granduncle politely saluted Su Fingnian, but his eyes were always fixed on the white-haired, black-robed old man. Wudang Mountain was known for half of the world's internal strength coming from the Jade Pillar. In addition to Wudang Mountain's famous swordsmanship, it also focused on internal strength cultivation. It was a model for both internal and external strength cultivation. The Taoist had seen many senior brothers of the same generation on the Big Lotus Peak. He had experienced the phenomenon of internal strength reaching the realm of perfection. The old man in front of him who used a strange blade technique was clearly like this. His chi was endless, and he looked like a difficult person to deal with. The martial granduncle of Wudang Mountain, who had not yet reached the age of 30, subconsciously took 2 steps back. He threw a look at His Royal Highness, who had the momentum to flatten Wudang Mountain. Su Fingnian threw back a look, and the martial granduncle returned a look. This repeated over and over again, causing the onlookers to be at a loss. They did not know what the two of them were up to. In the end, in the eyes of the pure Jade Palace's Taoist, the martial granduncle had undoubtedly won. He definitely had the bearing of a grandmaster who won without a fight. Everyone saw the martial granduncle turn around and walk away confidently. His body exuded an inexhaustible aura, while the repulsive His Royal Highness only followed him up the steps of Wudang Mountain with the white-haired old man. The Taoist priests were relieved. The martial granduncle was indeed the martial granduncle. Without saying a word, he made the debauchee's surname Su compromise. However, the Taoist priests did not know that the 3 of them had arrived at a secluded place. In their hearts, the martial granduncle who was second only to the immortal's finger-breaking Zhanglan, was kicked and punched by Su Fingnian for an entire incense sticks. Martial granduncle's pleading, "When you hit people, don't hit's face, when you kick people, kicks his," martial granduncle's bird's bird. After finishing the work, Su Fingnian performed the technique of circulating his qi in his dantian. Finally, he felt refreshed. Leaving behind a forbidden erotic book, Su Fingnian swaggered off. However, he did not descend the mountain. Instead, he took old Kuei along a narrow, winding path carved into the bluestone floor of the cliff, and ascended to the Jingle Palace hanging on the precipice. The most remarkable thing about this palace was that there was an altar for praying for rain built out of the cliff, resembling the Big Dipper. According to the Taoist classics, it was said that the purple cloud immortal of Wudang Mountain had once ascended on this altar. The Jingle Palace was usually not open to the public. Some scholars who were looking for secluded places could only return without finding anything outside the palace. However, Su Fingnian was able to take the old man to the Big Dipper altar because of his father. The wind on the mountain was chilly. The old man sat cross-legged, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the distant peak and the sea of clouds. With light steps, Su Fingnian stood behind the old man with the saber. Only then did he stabilize his body. He could barely open his eyes and could only sit down, coincidentally hiding in the old man's shadow. Su Fingnian strenuously shouted, "Old grandpa, how's that little Taoist skill?" The old man seemed to be puzzled and said, "His martial arts are mediocre. He seems to be the same as you. It's a pity that father and mother gave him such a good physique." As for the Tao technique, I don't know how to test it. I don't know, but it shouldn't be too bad or too good. Most of the difficult things in the world can't escape the path of sailing against the current. If one is not willing to endure hardships, how can one become a talent? It's strange. Why did Wudong Mountain choose this material? Could it be that it's the same as the descendants of the Zen sect? I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. Su Fingnian was even more puzzled. He asked, can this Tao technique be eaten? Or can it be used to kill people? The old man thought for a while and laughed. Kid, you asked the wrong person. It can't be used to kill people. The young Taoist from Wudong Mountain, who was of the same generation as the supreme leader, put his hands into the sleeves of his Taoist robe and stood at the edge of the altar. However, he refused to step on the 7 stars and smiled as he gave the answer. Looking at his figure, he wasn't like the old man who was as immovable as a mountain, nor was he like Su Fingnian who was stumbling. He only swayed with the wind, swaying and swaying. The amplitude was not too big nor too small. Su Fingnian's eyes were poor, he didn't see the knack. He just turned around and stared at the bull-riding Taoist who made his sister leave Bailiang with regret. He asked gloomily, Hong Shixiang, why don't you want to go down the mountain and walk through the Black Tortoise Will Prosper Memorial Arch? The youngest ancestor in Wudong Taoist's 1,000-year history grinned, his face blushing with embarrassment. He said, I came up the mountain when I was 5 and learned a little bit of divination when I was 8. Master told me to calculate a little every day, a little every month, and a big one every year to calculate when I can go down the mountain and when I need to go into seclusion on the mountain. But ever since I learned this knowledge, there hasn't been a day that I don't need to go into seclusion. Su Fingnian didn't take it seriously. He sneered, I heard that your master set a rule for you before he died. If you don't become the best in the world, you can't go down the mountain. Then it seems like you won't be able to go down the mountain for the rest of your life. The Taoist with an extraordinary name still kept his hands in his sleeves and laughed. It's true that I'm the best in the world, but I eat the most and read the most. Master didn't say that I'm the best in martial arts. There will be a day when I go down the mountain. Su Fingnian got up with difficulty and looked in the direction of Jiangnan. He said softly, but at that time, I'll be old. When we meet again, white hair will meet white hair. Is it useful? Hong Shixiang closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Su Fingnian let out a long breath and snorted coldly. He walked out of the altar and passed by the Taoist priest. He stopped and asked, What do you think of my sister? The Taoist priest, who had been in the lapis lazuli world for as long as he could remember, said softly, She's the best. Su Fingnian walked out of the Jingle Palace with an expressionless face. Behind him, the old man with the fierce blade seemed to be deep in thought. Zhao Shixiang waited for His Royal Highness to walk away. Then, he squatted down in an inelegant posture and rested his cheeks on his hands. He was lost in thought and muttered to himself, Red beans grow in the southern kingdom. Spring comes and the branches grow and wither in winter. It's better not to miss than not to miss. Above the Taoist priest's head, dozens of red-crowned cranes full of spiritual energy circled and cried, making him look like a celestial immortal. He suddenly clutched his stomach and said with a frown, I'm hungry again. When they were going down the mountain, the old man suddenly clicked his tongue and said, Interesting. That little cow-nosed Taoist priest has some skills. Su Fingnian wasn't very interested and asked perfunctorily, What do you mean? The old man said uncertainly, That kid cultivates the supreme way of heaven. Su Fingnian felt a headache when he heard this nonsense. He frowned and said, There are people who go to a dead end for something so mysterious and empty. Aren't they afraid that they'll find out in the end? The old man laughed and said, I don't like these confusing things either. Su Fingnian arrived at the archway at the foot of the mountain. He ignored the bowing and scraping of the Taoist priests and looked up at the mountain. He scolded, That turtle hiding in its shell. 200 cavalrymen standing respectfully at the foot of the steps saw His Royal Highness and mounted their horses again. Their movements were neat and clean without any superfluity. The Bailiang cavalry were all equipped with angry horses and fresh armor. Every year, they would be dragged to the border by the Great Pillar State for actual combat training. In addition, the Liangdi people were valiant and many of the women were good at archery and horse riding. This was their most unique advantage. For example, Su Fengnian's elder sister Su Jihu was adept at riding and archery since she was young, not to mention his second sister Su Weisheng. Not only was her horsemanship excellent, her swordsmanship was even better. She was better than apes and monkeys and had the reputation of being an antelope. She started killing people at the age of 13 and had cut off nearly 100 heads. The Liangdi people were warlike since ancient times. Therefore, in the eyes of experts, the Bailiang cavalry was far more powerful than the troops and horses under the king of Yanlu and king of Jiaodong. They deserved to be called the lions of 100 battles. The old man waited for Su Fengnian to mount his horse. He laughed and said, "Kid, I won't go back to the palace. Without Huang Laojiu, it's really boring." Su Fengnian blinked his eyes and persuaded, "Why don't you wait for me to reach adulthood first?" Without old grandpa, Fengnian would have died at the bottom of the lake. There's still about half a year left. I'll prepare some good food and drink for old grandpa. I'll repay your life-saving grace as much as I can, okay? The old man thought for a moment and then nodded his head in agreement. It could be seen that this saber hero actually did not dislike the Bailiang's most important disciple in front of him. They galloped all the way back to the palace. When they just entered the city, it started snowing heavily for no reason. It was crazy. Su Fengnian was shivering from the cold. When they reached the door, the eager gatekeeper tactfully handed over a top-grade fox fur coat with both hands and carefully put it on His Royal Highness. He was more attentive than serving his own parents. Su Fengnian mumbled. He didn't know if old Huang had brought enough clothes. After saying goodbye to the old man, he went straight to Yu Youwei's courtyard alone. A beautiful woman was left out in the cold. It was too wasteful for her to admire herself all day long. It was not good. It was not in line with Su Fengnian's temperament of watering flowers. On the way, he passed by Jiangni's poorer residence that could not be considered a courtyard. He saw the fallen princess in thin clothes half squatting to build a snowman. The snowman was half the height of a person. After she finished, she did not look happy when she saw the snowman. Instead, she looked at the snowman with resentment. Then, she took out the divine talisman that she was relying on. With a swing of her dagger, she chopped off the snowman's head. Su Fengnian felt a chill down his spine. Did this crazy girl think that the snowman was him? Su Fengnian coughed a few times and then walked over. Jiang Yan'ai was originally flustered, but when she saw that it was His Royal Highness, she was relieved and slowly put away her weapon. When Su Fengnian came closer, he saw that her hands were red and covered with eyesore frostbite. She looked like a pitiful servant girl who was bullied in the laundry department. Su Fengnian sighed and squatted down to rebuild the snowman's head. In Jiang Ni's eyes, it was naturally pretentious and disgusting. Su Fengnian clapped his hands and stood up. He gently asked, "Do you want me to buy you some warm clothes?" Jiang Yan'ai coldly said, "I think it's dirty." Chapter 31. Su Fengnian laughed aloud and said, "I was just saying it casually. In any case, I will be a good person. Whether you appreciate it or not, it has nothing to do with me. I like the way you are, always letting me take advantage of you. Doing business with you is the most profitable." Before leaving, Su Fengnian stabbed this little maidservant with a sentence, "No matter how shabby your clothes are, aren't they still my things? If you have the ability to take them off, then you will be a heroine." Jiang Yan'ai pretended not to hear. When she bickered with the shameless and thick-skinned Su Fengnian, she always lost more than she won. Thinking about it carefully, she might not even be able to gain the upper hand even once. After Su Fingnian, who was in a good mood, saw Yu Yue, his mood became even better. Nyangqin once said that for a beautiful girl, no matter if he had the temperament of a bodhisattva or the heart of a snake or scorpion, he would still feel sorry for her. In his nearly 20 years of life, Su Fengnian had never done anything ruthless. On the contrary, he had directly or indirectly saved the lives of more than 20 maidservants who were as lowly as dust. Yu Yue was lazily lying in the warm bedroom, teasing the chubby Wu Meinyang whose fur was as white as snow. Every time it snowed, Su Fengnian would want to throw Wu Meinyang into the snow to see if she could distinguish the innocent cat from the white snow. He had been holding back this kind of evil interest, thinking that when Yu Yue and Wu Meinyang separated, he would definitely give it a try. Su Fengnian took off his boots and lay down beside Yu Yue. Leaning on her warm and graceful body, he closed his eyes to rest and said softly, "I went to Mount Wudong and gave a good beating to a Taoist priest of the same generation as the sect leader. Wasn't that amazing?" Yu Yue smiled faintly and said, "It was the great pillar of the country that was amazing." Su Fengnian opened his eyes and turned her around. He gave her a hard smack on her round, peach-shaped buttocks and lectured, "This prince will personally teach you how to flatter." Yu Yue blushed slightly. Su Fengnian was just about to take advantage of the situation when the light voice of Wudong Garden's second-rank maid, Lu Yi, came from the courtyard. She said that a letter from Mount Longhu had arrived. Su Fengnian didn't have time to take advantage of Yu Yue. He hastily put on his boots and ran out of the room to take the letter. Seeing that Lu Yi's slender shoulders were covered in snow, he smiled and gently brushed it off for her. When he arrived at his own Wudong Garden, he found that the floor tiles here were the best. It was fine to go barefoot as it wasn't hot or cold. It couldn't even compare to Su Zhao's room. Su Fengnian enjoyed being needed by his first-rank maid and took out the letter. Oh, that old Taoist from Mount Longhu with the surname Zhao had good handwriting. Taking a closer look, his younger brother's cultivation at Mount Longhu was described as vigorous and courageous, advancing 1,000 miles in a day. To Su Fengnian, who had heard too much bureaucratic jargon, this kind of overflowing praise was already very impressive even if half of the exaggeration was taken out. It seemed that Huang Man didn't go in vain. At the end of the letter, he carefully mentioned that Su Longxiang was homesick, so the old Taoist implored His Royal Highness to write a letter home so that his disciple could cultivate in peace. After Su Fengnian put down the letter, he waved his hand and said, "Grind." Immediately, the room began to grind with bare hands. After Su Fengnian picked up the brush, he began to hesitate. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. He almost scratched his ears and cheeks. There was a saying that when it came to using books, one would regret not having enough of them. Su Fengnian simply put down the brush and rubbed his head against his first-rank maid's full breasts. He asked, "Did that rouge-eater from the Lin family see Su Xiao?" Sweet Potato said coquettishly, "He saw him, but he didn't want to leave." Su Fengnian smirked and said, "Could it be that this debauchee wants to eat your rouge?" Green Ant said with disdain, "That tattered embroidered pillow is not worthy of our sister's attention." Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, "Am I not an embroidered pillow?" Sweet Potato's hands gently wrapped around His Royal Highness, squeezing her firm breasts into an astonishing curve. She said with natural charm, "His Royal Highness is not a pillow, your servant is." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "This little mouth of yours is quite impressive." Green Ant sat a little further away, picking up and putting down the chess pieces again and again, bored to death. Su Fengnian sat up straight and looked outside the room. Unsurprisingly, Blue Bird, the eccentric maid, was in a daze again. Wudong Garden was a small sparrow, but it had all the essentials. In addition to the fourth-rank maids and female servants, there were all kinds of odd-job workers. Because of His Royal Highness, they had a very high status in Bailiang Palace. Not to mention the first-rank maids that Su Fingnian especially favored, even the second-rank maids were welcomed with smiles by the housekeepers and gatekeepers. Of these maids, Sweet Potato, who was nicknamed Red Deer, had a weak personality and was easy to talk to. Blue Bird was the complete opposite. She was respectful and close to Su Fingnian, but she did not follow blindly. Su Fingnian had been mischievous since he was young and had caused trouble many times. It was always the Blue Bird, whose temper was like a red-maned horse, who cleaned up his messes. Speaking of Blue Bird, ever since Su Fingnian was sensible, he had felt that she was always by his side. It was Wang Fei who had personally led her to him. She was not like a maid, but more like an older sister. She was not very close to the other maids in Wudong Garden. She was born with a cold face and a cold heart. Every year, she would not be in the Wang Fu for a few periods of time, but every time she came back, she would give His Royal Highness a small object that she cared about. After a small incident in his youth, Su Fingnian had kept it. Generally speaking, the people in Wudong Garden were all people with no big stories. They were pleasant people, but after chewing and chewing, they were bland and thin. It seemed that this was all because the great pillar state could not tolerate sand in his eyes. Su Fingnian did his best to empty out the ink in his pocket before he could barely write a letter to the Feng family. It was long-winded and long-winded. It was all trivial matters, the complete opposite of his original intention. In the end, he had to comfort himself that if he wrote too profound, Wang Manor would not understand. It was best to be straightforward. After he finished writing the letter, Su Fingnian stretched and went out of the room. As expected, he saw Blue Bird standing in the corridor of the courtyard, lost in thought. He looked at the sky. The heavy snow had stopped for a while, and it was the best time to travel at night. He pulled Blue Bird out of Wudong Garden and planned to go to Fingy Hall to tease the sickly and pitiful Fan Mimi. As for Lin Tanhua, Su Fingnian felt that she was very much to Li Hanlin's liking. On the way, Su Fingnian remembered that today seemed to be his dog's day. He smiled and asked, "Has there been any movement in the Fu?" Blue Bird's reply was as concise and clear as ever, "There has been." Su Fingnian's spirits were roused. He smiled and asked, "Is it going to the Tide Listening Pavilion, or is it looking for Su Xiao?" Blue Bird shook her head and said, "I don't know." Su Fingnian sighed with regret. There are fewer and fewer people taking the bait these days. His Royal Highness had nothing to do these past few years, so he deliberately let the usually heavily guarded Bailiang Palace relax for a period of time, but keep it tight inside. He called it fishing, and it was specifically used to lure in those Jianghu heroes who coveted the secret manuals of the martial arts library, or those hot-blooded assassins who were full of enemies. There had been a card day 4 or 5 years ago, and at most, it had lured in 4 groups of uninvited guests. After a round of beating, it was said that 26 corpses were dragged out the next day to be chopped up and fed to the dogs. After returning from his travels, he had played cards twice, but there had been no harvest. Presumably, those uncivilized heroes had come to their senses, and there were very few fish and shrimps that had fallen for the bait. He just didn't know what the results would be today. Su Fingnian's extreme boredom could be seen. Blue Bird suddenly stopped and looked back at Wudong Garden. Su Fingnian asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" She said softly, "Nothing." Su Fingnian suppressed the doubts in his heart and went to the Phoenix Rites Pavilion. When he entered the room, he saw Sister Fan talking with the one surnamed Lin. Seeing Su Fingnian, Miss Fan seemed to be stunned for a moment, while Tanhua Lin looked as if he had lost his parents. From what he had seen and heard in the residence recently, he finally knew that the person in front of him, who claimed to be His Highness's study companion, was the real heir apparent of Prince Liang. He stood up nervously and bowed to the ground, saying in a trembling voice, "Greetings to His Royal Highness." Before Su Fingnian could speak, the noise of the prince's mansion's soldiers came from outside the door. Master Lin was confused, but Sister Fan smiled sadly and looked at Su Fingnian with a complicated expression. Yuan Zhuozong, who was second only to Qin Jibao among the Pillar State's adopted sons, walked into the room in armor and held a portrait in his hand. The Beiliang's first general narrowed his beautiful eyes and greeted His Royal Highness. Then he turned to look at the young guests. His eyes instantly turned cold, and he sneered, "Fan Shaochai, Lin Yu, come with me." Tan Hualin was stunned. He didn't know what was going on, but he had suffered an unexpected disaster. His legs immediately went soft, and he sat down on the chair. The weak Miss Fan was taken away. She spat at Su Fengnian in front of her. She was very tough. As a result, she was slapped out of the room by Yuan Zhuozong. She lay in the snow like a pile of mud. Su Fengnian didn't bat an eyelid. He took the portrait from Yuan Zhuozong's hand. It was a portrait of himself. It was only 60 or 70% similar, but it was 12% similar. It could be seen that in the eyes of Sister Fan, he was quite insignificant. She didn't even want to look at him. In her mind, he was even more despicable. Su Fengnian sat down with the portrait and smiled. The two special assassins were taken away by Yuan Zhuozong. Su Fengnian looked up and asked, "Blue Bird, what about Wudong Garden?" She calmly said, "It's all right." Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "Once I drank with Lu Qiuer and got drunk. The fatty said that I had two groups of death guards. One group had 4 people and only had 4 code names, A, B, C, and D. He didn't even know about the other group. Tell me, how many people are there in Wudong Garden? Are they maids or other servants?" She closed her mouth and didn't speak. Su Fengnian looked straight at Blue Bird. "Are you one?" Blue Bird still didn't speak. Su Fengnian sighed and looked down at the portrait. "If it's safe here, you can leave first." She left quietly without a sound. She came to Wudong Garden. The beautiful maid Sweet Potato was sitting on the railing of the corridor. She was holding a small bronze mirror. Her hands were stained with blood that looked like rouge. It was smeared on her lips. Blue Bird's eyes were full of disgust. This head maidservant, who was recognized by everyone in the mansion as weak and soft as a koi fish and needed to be fed by her master to survive, also did not look at the green bird. She only tilted her head and smiled at the mirror. "Is it beautiful?" Blue Bird sneered slightly. It was unusually ear-piercing in the silence. Sweet Potato pursed her lips. Under the moonlight and snow, her face was very enchanting. She coquettishly said, "It's good that I'm more beautiful than you." Blue Bird turned and left, leaving behind a faint sentence. "You grow old quickly." Sweet Potato didn't refute. Her eyes were hazy as she said to herself, "It's good that I can't live until I'm old." Chapter 32. The next day, the truth came to light. The woman, whose real name was Fan Shaochai, was the daughter of a ruined aristocratic family whose family had fallen into ruin because of the pillar of the state. She was a dead chess piece. Regardless of whether she succeeded or not, she was a dead chess piece. However, she had many uses. She could be used to do work, occupy land, and search for roots. The second son of the Lin family was just an idiot who had been used. He was half dead and half alive. This Tanhua master had been kept in the dark about everything. He had only coveted Fan Shaochai's lips and had become an idiot from studying. How could he have known that the more attractive a woman was, the more trouble she would cause? After a shoddy chance encounter, he had become infatuated and recklessly brought into Beiliang Palace. Only heaven knew how the Lin family of Hedong's Chao country felt when they found out about this calamity. Last night's assassination attempt had not been meticulous and had been very crude. It had been done out of desperation. Miss Fan, who had entered the palace, had used the opportunity of sightseeing to draw a map of the palace and a portrait of heir Su Fengnian. Then, she had found an opportunity to assassinate him. However, their calculations were far inferior to those of the Liang Palace, and they had all suffered. As for the fate of the mastermind behind the woman surnamed Fan and the Chao country's Lin family, Su Fengnian, who was currently sitting in the Tide listening pavilion warming wine, could not be bothered to pay attention to them. He only wanted to know if Fan Shaochai regretted dying for a man she had never met. Su Fengnian did not have any pity for these people who were like moths to a flame. Beautiful women in the world were always like bamboo shoots after the rain and grass at night on the grassland. When one batch was gone, a new batch would pop up the next year. It would be impossible to get rid of all of them. If one were to go after them with pity, wouldn't that be tiring? Su Fengnian really did not have the leisure to do so. Moreover, after 3 years of hardship and traveling, Su Fengnian had also learned a lot about the shallow ways of the world. He remembered that he met a young swordsman who shared the same bad habits as him. That guy always liked to talk about how being merciful to the enemy was the same as risking one's life. It was said that he had learned it from some senior swordsman who had failed to achieve success. Every time he talked about it, his saliva would splatter everywhere, and it would always spray all over Su Fengnian's face. Su Fengnian still remembered that fellow who could not afford an iron sword and could only carry a wooden sword. Every time he saw a ranger with a sword on the street, he would look at him like a flower thief who had bumped into a beautiful woman. If that fellow knew that old Huang, who had been forced to listen to him bragging about the greatness of Mahayana swordsmanship, was actually Jian Zhou Huang, who could even fight against the old monster Huang of Wulin city of Wulin, and that the old guy had hidden 5 famous swords in his sword box, what would he think? That fellow who had always wanted to find a famous teacher to learn from, was doing well now. Had he reached a higher level in swordsmanship? When they parted at the border of southern Yan, that fellow had said to Su Fengnian heroically, "When I become rich one day, I'll treat you to the best spiced beef. If 1 caddy is not enough, I'll treat you to 3 caddies." 3 caddies of beef seemed to be the limit of his imagination. After all, in the real Jianghu, there were few top masters who could break the river with 1 sword and move the mountains and rivers. Most of them were nameless pawns like that fellow, who had unreachable and ridiculous Jianghu dreams. Su Fengnian fiercely rubbed his cheeks. Seeing Yuan Zuozong standing aside and quietly waiting for him, Su Fengnian hurriedly got up and moved the stool for General Longwu of the 3rd grade. Yuan Zuozong's eyes flashed with surprise. He sat like a big bell and said seriously, "Your Highness, His Highness sent me to ask how to deal with the woman surnamed Fan." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Whatever should be done." Yuan Zuozong nodded slightly. After getting an unexpected answer, he immediately got up and was ready to leave. Su Fengnian did not stop him. Not long after he sat down, he stood up again and said, "Brother Yuan, let's drink together when you have time. We won't go home until we're drunk." Yuan Zuozong showed a rare smile and said, "Okay." Su Fengnian took a pot of wine that had been prepared in advance from the tea table and carried it to the Tide listening pavilion. He went straight up to the 8th floor and saw his master, Li Yishan, who was engrossed in copying books. This haggard man with disheveled hair was not well known in Jianghu or in the imperial court. However, in Beiliang Palace, no one dared to disrespect the first tenant of the mansion. Su Fengnian sat aside and picked up the green gourd on the red sandalwood table with familiarity. He poured the wine into it. For a moment, the fragrance of the wine filled the air. The man stopped writing and smiled softly. "Now the smell of cosmetics on your body has faded a little. 3 years of parade is still beneficial." Su Fengnian smiled and then said worriedly, "Master, can old Huang go to Martial Emperor City to take back the yellow room sword on the city wall?" Li Yishan drank a mouthful of wine and shook his head gently. Su Fengnian said in shock, "Old Kuei at the bottom of the lake is already unparalleled, and old Huang is obviously a notch stronger. Then wouldn't Wang Xianji, who proclaimed herself as the city lord of the Eastern Sea, be truly invincible?" Li Yishan held the green gourd and stopped drinking. He just sniffed and said slowly, invincible in the world. There is a group of people above the first grade. Wang Xianji has been immersed in martial arts all his life and is close to the mysterious realm. However, he is not invincible. Now the martial arts world is divided by heroes. Each has his own merits. The scene of one person standing at the top will not appear now, nor will it happen in the future. Moreover, the extreme of martial arts is just touching the threshold of the way of heaven. Moreover, martial artists outside the imperial court have little influence on the general trend of the world. Otherwise, the Bailiang cavalry would not have trampled the entire Jianghu. If you don't want to learn martial arts, the Great Pillar State will not force you. I don't care either. That's it. If millions of soldiers bow their heads, it's better to be a fearful national thief. A civil official may be able to interfere with the government, but an ordinary man will not cause chaos in the country. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. For more than 10 years, the Liang dynasty has been tirelessly spreading this sentence that kills without spilling blood. Millions of soldiers can be subdued, but a national thief is fearful. The first half of the sentence was praising the Great Pillar State's martial arts, which was suspected of flattery. The second half of the sentence was a blatant attack. This sentence was very knowledgeable. Even Su Xiao clapped and laughed after hearing it. However, after laughing, he scolded, "Shangyin Academy is full of empty talk. They should be killed." Li Shan lifted the wine pot and made room for Su Fengnian to copy the book for him. Su Fengnian had long been accustomed to this. His calligraphy was not bad, but he still could not cultivate any awe-inspiring righteousness. Whenever he saw Su Fengnian's drawing was not right, he would hit him with the green gourd. Li Shan let His Royal Highness copy a lamp and sat down again. Su Fengnian lay on the side and looked at his master. His face was white, his hair was white, and he was in the declining state. The yellow scroll and the green lamp were hollow. It was said that the most bitter thing in the world was the declining state, and the hardest thing to cultivate was hollow. What kind of experience could make his master so calm? Li Shan did not raise his head and said softly, "Go and see the guests you invited to the Tide Listening Pavilion. They are about to reach the 3rd floor." Su Fengnian nodded and quietly went downstairs. On the 2nd floor, Su Fengnian saw that under a quaint bookshelf that was piled up like a mountain, stood the white fox face with a dark identity. She held a yellowed martial arts secret manual in her left hand, while her right index finger tapped her smooth forehead rhythmically. The sheathed winter-embroidered saber was inserted into the bookshelf as a mark. The white fox face just glanced at Su Fengnian and then lowered his head again. Su Fengnian, who was asking for a snub, had to retreat. It was as if the crown prince was the only person in the vast northern Liang mansion who had nothing to do. It was as if the crown prince was the only person who had nothing to do. Chapter 33. In the middle of the year, de Zhuguo chose an auspicious day to hold his son's coronation at the ancestral temple. What was unusual was that the coronation of the eldest son of the king of Bailiang was not as grand as that of a wealthy family. Not only were there few guests invited, even His Royal Highness's 2 sisters and 1 brother did not attend. After the refreshed Su Fengnian was led into the imperial ancestral temple by Su Xiao, he was crowned 3 times, a black hemp cloth crown, a white deerskin crown, and a red and black plain crown. The 3 small crowns on Su Fengnian's head attracted too much attention. The first crown was what all of the court officials of the Liang dynasty cared about, because it represented that His Royal Highness could enter the court. The second crown was more practical and lasting, because the 300,000 cavalry of Bailiang were waiting. As for the third crown, it only had some symbolic meaning and was not taken seriously. His Royal Highness had been busy all day, his face stiff. After bowing to the officials of Bailiang border who came to the Fu, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He enjoyed the tea and water served by the personal maids of Wudong Garden and massaged his shoulders, back, and legs. After a good rest, Su Fengnian finally took care of his hair and clothes. Finally, he went to the Wangfei's tomb with Su Xiao. A pair of tall, green and white jade lions were vivid and lifelike, both in the shape of young lionesses. The lioness on the right was protecting 3 young lions, symbolizing the Wangfei and her 3 children. The young lions were the eldest daughter Su Jihu, the second daughter Su Weisheng, and the youngest son Su Longxiang. The lioness on the left just lowered her head and kissed one of the young lions. The Wangfei's love and affection for her eldest son Su Fengnian had no end in life or in death. Su Fengnian stood in front of the stone lions, his eyes red. The great pillar of the country, Su Xiao, sighed softly. Every time the young Fengnian felt wronged, he would sneak here and stay the whole night. No matter how cold or hot it was, he never fell sick. The tomb of the princess consort was surrounded by 2 walls made of white jade, forming the image of a city within a city. The main divine path was 600 feet long. According to the rules, there were only 9 types of stone beasts placed on both sides of the Emperor Divine Path, but there were 14 types here. There were nearly 100 stone carvings, all of which were full of vigor and vigor. They were linked together and had an imposing aura. Other than that, the height of the mausoleum and the scale of the underground palace far exceeded that of any of the vassals in the dynasty. Furthermore, the mausoleum was constructed with a dressing table and 2 maids' tombs that were unique and unprecedented. When the mausoleum was first built, it was criticized by countless people. The emperor's imperial study was filled with impeachment memorials almost overnight, but they were all suppressed and ignored. The crippled Deziguo stood silently in front of the grave. After Su Fengnian paid his respects, he squatted in front of the grave and said softly, "Father, I'll stay a little longer." Deziguo said gently, "Don't catch a cold. Your mother will be worried." Su Fengnian grunted in acknowledgement. The king of Beiliang walked on the main divine path and counted silently in his heart. It was exactly 365 steps. This one and only Deziguo, who was powerful enough to overturn the court, clearly remembered that when he first entered the court and received his title, he walked from the red-painted door to the door of the Kuinji Hall. The first time he was young and vigorous, he walked 284 steps. Later on, when he got older and was crippled, he walked more and more, slower and longer, but he never exceeded 365 steps. After 40 years of military service, he had reached his current position. Su Xiao had a clear conscience and did not fear the heavens, the earth, or the gods. Deziguo walked out of the main divine path and turned his head to look. That child was definitely humming that little song, the ballad of the spring goddess, which the child's mother had taught him. Su Xiao thought of the secret letter that had been urgently delivered to his desk last night in the middle of the night. He was hesitant about whether to hand it over or not. Fengnian had just turned 20, so this letter came at a very bad time. The king of Beiliang walked along the small path to the top of Mount Qingliang. He seemed to be alone, but there were actually countless hidden sentries along the way. Not to mention the carefully selected valiant soldiers in the army, there were 3 first-rank masters who were only 2 ranks away from the great Grand Master realm. Su Xiao believed that his head was still worth some gold. When he was young, he felt that dying on the battlefield and being taken away by the enemy was not a big deal. It was also a happy thing to be buried in horsehide. The higher the rank of nobility, the more he cherished it. This was not purely because he was afraid of death, but because Su Xiao had always believed that the glory and splendor he had today was all because of his countless brothers risking their lives. If he went to the underworld too early, he would be letting down those brave souls who were buried so hastily north and south of the great river. Especially since most of these people had families and families, he had to take care of them to be at ease. A tall tree attracts the strong wind, and a fallen tree attracts the strong wind. Aristocratic families were no different from dynasties. He walked into the Yellow Crane Tower, which was a bit cold and cheerless. He climbed to the top of the mountain and then climbed to the top of the tower, just like this prince with a different surname, who had lived a splendid life. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and did not pat the railings with his hands behind his back, just looking at the night view of the city. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters, 300,000 steel cavalry under his command, 6 adopted sons, martial art masters in the prince's mansion were as numerous as the clouds, countless advisors and think tanks, his disciples and old officials spread throughout the imperial court, from top to bottom. One by one, his secret chess pieces were placed in all directions. Of course, there were also countless political enemies. Wasn't that little girl surnamed Fan a blind sparrow who walked right into the trap? However, Su Xiao was too lazy to care about such small characters. Beiliang's military affairs were already busy enough. Every few years, there would be smoke rising from the border, but most of it was personally lit by him. He also had to deal with the rustling of leaves in the wind in the imperial city. He had long since forgotten about the affairs of Jianghu. Su Xiao rubbed his hands together. He accidentally remembered a poem he heard when he was young. Unfortunately, he could only remember fragments. He could not remember what he saw in the imperial city. However, Su Xiao always remembered the last line, 50 years of great work, tell the mountain ghosts. Standing in the empty corridor of the Yellow Crane Tower, Su Xiao waited until the dawn of the eastern sky. Only then did he say softly, "Yin, send the letter to Fingnian." After all, he has already gone through his coronation. There was no overt response. Su Xiao patiently waited for the sun to rise from the east. The Pillar Country had 12 elite men of sacrifice, using the 12 earthly branches as code names. When the eldest son, Su Fingnian, was born, he began to train another group of men of sacrifice for his descendants, named after the heavenly stems. Unfortunately, he had only trained 4 so far. During his son's travels, 2 more died in battle. Gathering the 10 men of A, B, C, D, Wu, Ji, Gung, Xian, Ren, and Gue was becoming more and more distant. Fortunately, the Pillar State was very satisfied with the 2 special chess pieces other than the Heavenly Stem's men of sacrifice. The oldest of these children was no more than 25 years old, and the youngest was only 12 years old. They were secretly trained with great financial and material resources. Perhaps their martial arts were not as good as the lower first pin masters, but their killing techniques were not bad at all. Only by killing could one save. Su Xiao was more convinced of this than anyone else. When Su Xiao went downstairs, he asked, "Ugly. Can Yuan Suozong be convinced by my son? What about Qin Jibao?" In the dark, a hoarse voice like a blunt knife grinding stone came. "My lord, no." Su Xiao rubbed his temples and smiled. "If this king remembers correctly, Qin Jibao saved your life in the battle of Princess Luoyang's tomb. With such a friendship, don't you know how to smooth things over for him? Aren't you afraid that he will suddenly die today?" Silence. Loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness. In Beiliang, this order could not be messed up. Whoever messed up would die. If Ugly, who was destined to hide behind the scenes forever, smoothed things over for Qin Jibao, it was nothing more than a small matter of sacrificing one more life. Su Xiao's thoughts were unpredictable. He said to himself, "Villain butcher." Chapter 34. Su Fingnian woke up early in the morning. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the comfort of the brocade bedding. This made him very content. He had never starved or suffered from a cold before, so it was very difficult for him to understand the bliss of having a full and warm stomach. Hunger cures all diseases. No matter how sincere his parents' persuasion was, it was impossible for them to express this feeling. Back at the Yellow Crane Tower, Su Fingnian told Li Hanlin and Yan Qiji about their 3 years of travels. The 2 childhood friends were only curious about the anecdotes of Jianghu and the Wulin world, and had no feelings about the cold and hunger. Therefore, Su Fingnian, whose hands and feet were still full of calluses, was very glad that he was able to return to Liangzhou alive. He had just sat up when Sweet Potato, the housekeeper who lived on the small couch next door, came in to help him put on his clothes and hat. Su Fingnian did not refuse. As Sweet Potato's slender hands moved, she softly reminded him that there was an extra secret letter on the table. Su Fingnian grunted. Within the aristocratic families, overstepping the rules was a big taboo. No matter how favored a maid or concubine was, they would not dare to be careless. Su Fingnian got out of bed and rinsed his mouth and face before gently opening the letter. This kind of thing was not common. Wudong Garden was not a place that anyone could enter. There was a small seal character written on the outside of the envelope, "Een." Su Fingnian was not surprised by this. It was an open secret that his father had the 10 death warriors of the earthly branch by his side. Each of them was like a demon that could not see the light of day. They were skilled in the art of divination. They walked the unorthodox path and killed people without leaving a trace. Su Fingnian realized that this letter was similar to an itinerary introduction. The words were straightforward and recorded Old Huang's trip to the Eastern Sea in detail. When Su Fingnian saw that Old Huang had entered the Martial Emperor City's territory, which was under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Lin Dynasty's stone platform and the vast sea. Because of Een, Su Fingnian added some secret news that didn't belong to Old Huang. For example, a few of the world's famous swordsmen had already entered the Martial Emperor City. Other than the head of the Yuang sword pool, 2 of the Wu clan's sword tomb, who rarely entered the world, had left the mountain and entered the Eastern Sea. They were looking forward to the peak battle on the city wall. The next article even mentioned that the renowned first-rank expert, Chao Guanzi, had rented an entire sea-viewing pavilion in the Martial Emperor City. Even though Su Fingnian did not personally experience it, he could clearly feel the suffocating feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city. The second-to-last chapter described how Old Huang rested for a moment at a wine shop not far from the main city tower. He ordered 2 taels of wine, half a caddy of meat, and a plate of peanuts. This Old Huang was still a good person who was neither warm nor angry. Only the last chapter of the Een spy record was left. Su Fingnian was not in a hurry to continue reading, but he remembered many things that had happened in the past 3 years. The biggest was encountering bandits and robbers, but the smaller ones were innumerable. They were nothing more than refugees trying to solve the problem of food and clothing, swindling and stealing. They used all the tricks they could think of, but it was a pity that not only did they not gain anything, they also had to be chased and beaten. From the beginning, they would try to strike up a conversation with a pretty lady. In the end, they would take a detour when they saw a pretty lady. From being picky, they would say that the meat was not exquisite enough, and the wine was not mellow enough. In the end, they would thank the heavens if they had a mouthful of hot tea that tasted a little meaty. It was a world of difference. He had borrowed 2 tattered Taoist robes and pretended to be a poor alchemist, telling people's fortunes. In the alley, he had played the 19 Go games that had not yet been spread among the common folk. In the end, he did not make much money. Instead, he lost a few copper coins to a few villains who were good at wooden go. He sold calligraphy and paintings, and also helped the villagers write letters to their families. It was rare to have the good luck of not being chased and beaten by the villagers for stealing chickens and dogs. Eldest young master, these are cucumbers stolen from the vegetable garden near the village. They can be eaten raw. Ba ba ba, can this thing be eaten? His Royal Highness, covered in dust, sat on a small mound and threw the cucumber that he had bitten into far away. After waiting for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, His Royal Highness weakly waved at Old Huang, who was squatting beside him and chewing on the cucumber. Sigh, Old Huang, help me pick up that cucumber. I really don't have the strength to get up. Young master, this is corn on the cob. It's better to roast it than to eat raw cucumbers. Cut the crap and eat. Old Huang, what did you dig out from the ground? Sweet potatoes. Can it be eaten raw? Yes. It's really F*** king crispy and sweet. Eldest young master, can I say something? Say it. It's actually more fragrant when roasted. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Although stealing this chicken almost cost me my life, it's worth it. It's not inferior to tender yellow muntjac meat at all. It's fragrant. Old Huang, when you first entered the village, why did you keep staring at that slut's butt? Last time, you even stared at a village girl who was breastfeeding her child. What, can you see a baby just by looking at her? You don't dare to touch, you only dare to look. Useless. Old Huang, I'm not going to die, am I? If I had known, I wouldn't have touched the box in your bag. No. Eldest young master, don't think too much. People are scared by themselves. I like to think positively. Young master, think more about good wine, good meat, and that pretty lady. The more you think about it, the more you'll pass this hurdle. The more you think about it, the more you want to die. Don't. Eldest young master still owes me a few pots of rice wine. Once a man says something, even 4 oxen, 5 donkeys, and 6 horses won't be able to pull him back. In our hometown, even a loud fart can make a hole. Old Huang, it's really not funny at all. Then I'll change the joke for eldest young master. Chapter 35. Don't. You've already told me those old and dirty stories that you've heard from hearsay thousands of times. My ears are already tired of hearing them. Let's not talk about it, I'll sleep for a while. Don't worry, I won't die. In the middle. Old Huang, you've never had a wife. No, when I was young, I only knew how to do hard work, forging iron all day, but I couldn't save any copper coins. Later on, when I got older, which girl would take a fancy to me? That life was so boring and full of regrets. Fortunately, it's just like how I, Old Huang, have never tasted bird's nest or bear's paw in my life. I won't think about their taste. At most, I'll take the opportunity to take a few glances, and then I'll be satisfied. Eldest young master, isn't this the case? I couldn't tell that Old Huang knew some logic. I'm just blindly thinking. Old Huang, you said that when Hua only thought about practicing the sword all day long, but looking at his posture, he doesn't seem to have the talent to wield the sword. Eldest young master, I think that just looking isn't enough. It's just like when I went up the mountain to gather firewood when I was young. Those strong people wouldn't work after chopping for 4 hours. I'm clumsy, but if I sharpened the chopper and chopped for another 12 to 14 hours, I'll be able to carry more firewood down the mountain than them. Moreover, if I go up the mountain to gather firewood, I might be able to see some good wood. I can cut a piece and sell it for a lot of copper coins. This method is too stupid. Stupid people have to use stupid methods, or else they won't be able to live. It wasn't easy for me to be reincarnated into this world. I feel that I can't just do nothing. Sigh, I can't stand your reasoning. Right, Old Huang, if I learn the sword, will I have a future? Then won't my future be at the peak? Old Huang, when this praise comes from your mouth, I really don't feel any sense of accomplishment. Hey, how many times have I told you, don't look at me like that? The head maid, Sweet Potato, looked at His Royal Highness' expression, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Su Fingnian collected his thoughts and finally opened the last chapter. Ninth sword, Huang carried the case and leaped onto the wall, standing 20 feet away from Wang Xianji, 5 swords in the case, 8 sword moves. Wang Xianji dealt with it with one hand. A total of 68 moves. Ninth sword. Wang Xianji raised her right hand. Saber 9 was like the Milky Way pouring down from 1,000 miles away, destroying Wang Xianji's right sleeve. Wang Xianji fought with all her might. Jian Zhou Wang single-handedly broke through 49 moves until he died. Addendum 1, Jian Zhou Wang's meridians were severed. He sat cross-legged on top of the city wall, his head facing north. He died but did not fall. Addendum 2. After this battle, no one in the world would dare to say that the ninth sword Huang is inferior to the sword god Dong Tai. Inside the Seaview Tower, Chao Guanzi praised the use of the ninth sword style. The sword intent was so vast that there was no better sword move in the world. Addendum 3. The ninth sword's name is 6,000 miles, as told by the ninth sword himself. Addendum 4. Jian Zhou seemed to have said something before he died, but only Wang Xianji heard it. Su Fengnian kept his head lowered as he stared at the letter. Looking at the side of his face, there was nothing unusual. After a moment of silence, he finally said softly, "Sweet potato, boil some yellow rice wine." This was not the time to boil rice wine, and the crabs and bass in the lake were still small. Thus, the head maidservant said softly, "Your Highness, are you going to drink now?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Yes, I want to drink." Sweet Potato was clever and didn't ask any questions. She went to the cellar of Wudong Garden and brought out a pot of old yellow rice wine from Mount Wheezy. She boiled a pot for His Royal Highness and brought it to the small sandalwood table on the bamboo couch facing the window on the second floor of Wudong Garden. Su Fengnian asked for 2 wine cups and waved his hand to ask the maidservants, including Sweet Potato and Green Ant, to leave. The entire second floor, which was filled with priceless antiques and paintings, became quieter and quieter. Su Fengnian poured 2 cups of yellow rice wine and sat quietly for an entire day. He didn't show any joy or sorrow on his face. As dusk approached, he caught a glimpse of the embroidered winter saber that had been neglected for a long time. Su Fengnian got down from the bamboo couch and took off the embroidered winter saber that was even more beautiful than the Wenqi saber. He unsheathed the saber and the cold air seeped into his skin. That time, he recklessly stole old Huang's sword box and was half dead that day. It was enough to see how heavy the sword aura inside the box was. The embroidered winter saber and the other swords were all good weapons for cutting off people's heads. They couldn't be compared to the gold and jade ornaments worn by the dandy of Liangzhou. Perhaps even the housekeepers and servants who entered the residence later couldn't imagine that His Royal Highness, who only knew how to seek pleasure all day long, had touched a saber for the first time at the age of 6. Su Fengnian carried the saber downstairs and saw a group of maidservants gathered in the courtyard with worried expressions. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Go do your own things. It's good to put on a show. Otherwise, if Chief Steward Shen sees this, he'll grumble about how Wudong Garden has no rules." Su Fengnian quickly walked into the bedroom and took out the cardinal box from under the bed. He found the stack of silk that used charcoal to draw the sword aura. It was exactly the same as the cardinal box and had become a relic. Su Fengnian didn't want anyone to disturb him. He focused on reading it the entire night. After putting the simple sword manual back into the box, Su Fengnian raised his head and saw that his father, Su Xiao, had been sitting at the side for some time. Su Xiao asked, "Can you understand it?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I don't understand. Old Huang's drawing skills are too bad and my comprehension is even worse." Su Xiao smiled and said, "You want to learn the sword?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I want to learn." No one knew a son better than his father. Su Xiao asked, "After you learn the sword, you want to go to the martial emperor's city and get the 6 swords back?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "There's no reason to leave it there and let people laugh at old Huang." Su Xiao said indifferently, "Then can you get it back before you're 50 years old?" Su Fengnian sighed and said, "Only the heavens know." Su Xiao didn't comfort him at all. He just stood up and left with a casual expression and said, "Think carefully before you tell father." Su Fengnian looked at his father's back and asked, "What did old Huang say in the end?" Su Xiao stopped and didn't turn around. He said, "Let's talk about it after you've learned it." Actually, what old Huang said wasn't important. He was gone. 6,000 miles of wind and clouds. The sword box was erected at the top of the city wall. But the dozen or so jugs of yellow wine were still there. Chapter 36. Su Fengnian really picked up the martial arts that he used to despise the most. But before he learned the sword, he learned the knife first. Of course, he learned from the white-haired old man. The old man was about to leave the Wang mansion to wander the Jianghu. He had long been itching for a fight with the top 10 masters who squatted in the latrine but did not shit much. He wanted to fight with the last 9 masters before he went to fight with the old man Wang. The old man hated this old man the most. If he was the best in the world, then he was the best. Why was he pretending to be the second best? How hateful. The old man, who was gnawing on a lamb leg, heard that Su Fengnian wanted to learn the knife from him. He laughed wildly and spat out a mouthful of lamb shredded on the ground. The old man saw that His Royal Highness did not seem to be joking. He threw away the lamb leg and stroked the scarlet knife he had asked a master to hook into his shoulder blade with his oily hand. He asked, "Why should Grandpa teach you?" Su Fengnian replied, "I asked Su Xiao to invite Wei Beishan, who used the Zanmadeo, to Beiliang to spar with you. From now on, we will meet once a year until I learn the knife." The old man praised him for his generosity. He looked up at Su Fengnian and asked with a strange smile, "Boy, tell Grandpa why you want to learn the knife. Are the 300,000 strong cavalry in Beiliang not enough for you to show off?" Su Fengnian pulled out Shodong and flicked it with his fingers. He grinned and said, "Those people's knives and spears belong to others. I also want to find one that is convenient for me." The old man curled his lips and did not comment. He only asked Su Fengnian to lift Shodong with one arm and stand for an hour. The knife could not be tilted. Otherwise, even if old man Wang was invited, he would not accept this cheap disciple. In the end, Su Fengnian held on for an hour and fainted on the spot. Shodong did not tilt at all. To be precise, it did not even tremble. The old man stared blankly at His Royal Highness. He walked over and pinched the boy's stiff right arm. He clicked his tongue and said, "I found a treasure." After that, old Kuei didn't teach Su Fengnian any profound moves. He only made him repeat 4 boring movements: straight stab, diagonal slash, vertical chop, and back sweep. Stab 3,000, lift 3,000, hack 4,000, sweep 4,000. The old man thought that Su Fengnian, who was used to eating and drinking, would at least ask a few questions. However, Su Fengnian did not. Every day, he would go to the secluded courtyard at dawn to practice his knife. Every night, he would stagger away. Shodong did not leave him for even a moment. This made the old man very depressed. At the same time, he was curious. Su Fengnian showed not only his willpower but also his solid foundation in holding the knife. Could it be that His Royal Highness had been carefully trained by a military general? Did he learn the military's fierce knife for self-defense? During this period of time, he deliberately made things difficult for Su Fengnian to practice holding the knife. Half of it was to let the boy know that there was no shortcut in knife skills in the world. The other half was sincere. The first thing to practice the knife was to hold the knife. If one could not even hold the knife, then it was not using the knife, but being dragged by the knife. Even if one had a lot of peerless knife manuals, they could only play some seemingly fancy moves. Once they were faced with an enemy, only death would await them. The first day to practice the knife was the Great Summer. After the Great Summer came the beginning of autumn. From beginning to end, Su Fengnian practiced his saber with his upper body bare. His soft and smooth skin, which had been nourished with great difficulty, was tanned into a bronze color. He was even more robust. If he had some scars, he would be no different from a soldier. However, his knife skills were far from being mainstream. After the white dew and the cold dew, there was frost. The sweep of 4,000 became the sweep of 6,000. Su Fingnian finally asked the first question. The knife is the courage of 100 soldiers. It is open and closed. It emphasizes that although there are thousands of soldiers and tens of thousands of horses, this sweep of back is to withdraw the knife skills. Why do I have to practice more? The old man smiled and said, there are too many knife men in the world who are not afraid of death. However, the knife men who are not afraid of death are the easiest to die. The most powerful sweep of back in the world cannot escape the sweep of back. How can there be a good knife skill that takes the life of anyone with the knife? Grandpa's great principles were all thought up on my way back from wandering outside the palace of the King of Hell. Learn from it. There were mountains of knife skills and knife manuals in the armory. However, from the first day Su Fingnian practiced the knife, he did not set foot in the Tide Listening Pavilion, which was regarded as the holy land of martial arts by the martial artists of Jianghu. The old man was very gratified by this. The path of knife skills was not like the way of heaven that the child martial granduncle of Wudong Mountain practiced. The most important thing was that dripping water could penetrate a rock. As for how to choose the heart sutras to complement each other and cultivate both internal and external, the old man was not worried about this. The butcher Su Shao had a lot of crooked ways. The problem was, how long could His Royal Highness last until that day? After Lidong, until the great winter, even if the surface of the lake froze, Su Fingnian would be brought to the bottom of the lake by the old man to practice his knife skills. The time he spent holding his breath became longer and longer. His knife skills had not reached a higher level, but he had developed water skills first. Recently, a few bands of roaming bandits had appeared outside the city, clamoring and causing trouble right under the eyes of the Great Pillar State. This was simply provoking the Almighty. However, there were rumors in the city that these bands of bandits were not trampled into meat paste by the Bailiang cavalry. Instead, they were slaughtered by a machete man wearing a ferocious mask. Chapter 37. The bystanders in the city would always say that it was a pity that His Royal Highness had not seen him in the past 6 months. Otherwise, he would have been greatly rewarded. As for those nobles in the city, they were all at a loss. Not to mention who that sneaky swordsman was. Who was he? Where did those bandits come from? Although it was not true that de Zhugua did not pick up any leftovers, he would not believe that the rumors were true that the northern barbarians were causing trouble in Bailiang. On the 28th day of the lunar calendar, Su Fingnian followed de Zhugua to Mount Jiuhua, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's dojo. This time, he would be the one to ring the bell. He took off his armor and climbed up the mountain. He spent the night in the Thousand Buddha Pavilion on the top of the mountain. Su Fingnian took the time to read the thick letter from the immortal of Longhu Mountain. Su Fingnian smiled. The letter said that Huang Man saw hawthorns all over the mountain and brought them back to his master's place. As a result, the courtyard was filled with hawthorns. Fortunately, the respected immortal on the mountain did not dare to reprimand him. He only kindly explained that the hawthorns could not be stored for long after they were picked. It was better to wait until they went down the mountain to pick them. As a result, Huang Man almost destroyed the house. Su Shao was not asleep. He walked into the room and glanced at the winter embroidery saber on the table. He held another letter in his hand. It was from his second daughter, Su Weisheng. De Zhugua said bitterly, "Your second sister wrote a letter to scold me." Su Fingnian smiled and asked, "Just because I learned martial arts and the saber?" Su Shao sat down and sighed. "If you continue to practice, she might come back from the Shangyin Academy and scold me." Su Fingnian did not read the letter. He just gloated and said, "What did she say?" Su Shao squinted and said, "She asked me to ask you, so what if you are the best at using the saber?" Su Fingnian thought about it and said, "Just write back and say that it can strengthen your body. You can't let your body be hollowed out by beauty." Su Shao said awkwardly, "Isn't this reason a bit too childish?" Su Fingnian said confidently, "This is the only way to deal with second sister." Otherwise, do you think you can win against her when it comes to reasoning with her? Su Xiao gave a thumbs up and flattered, you didn't learn this blade for nothing. On the morning of the 29th, mountain fog filled the air. Su Fengnian placed his hands on the hilt of his winter-embroidered saber and looked into the distance. After Li Dong, the several groups of bandits were all wooden training dummies arranged by his father, Su Xiao. Su Xiao did not give any hint, but Su Fengnian naturally guessed that most of them were criminals sentenced to death in the Beiliang army who had committed a major offense. Su Xiao was very strict in his management of the army and was very clear about rewards and punishments. Even his adopted son, Chen Jibao, who had violated the law, was publicly whipped until he was covered in blood. If not for this, the rumors in the capital would not have spread that the Beiliang army only recognized the Liangwang tiger seal and not the emperor's jade seal. These military criminals who were temporarily acting as bandits did not inherit any orthodox martial arts, but their skills were all obtained by risking their lives on the battlefield. They were ferocious and had the unique fearlessness of the Beiliang cavalry. They were most suitable for Su Fengnian to practice his straightforward and fierce saber skills. The old man saw Su Fengnian kill 3 groups with his own eyes. After that, he did not pay any more attention. He only gave the address and had Su Fengnian go there alone with his saber. After the first group of bandits, Su Fengnian was hit 6 times, 5 light and 1 heavy. The one that hit his back was not fatal. He lay in a pool of blood, his saber still in his hand. In the end, he was carried back to the prince's mansion by the old man. After that, the other groups of Su Fengnian fought with injuries. The old man did not give him the slightest chance to be lazy or complain. If it were any other master raised by the prince's mansion, they would not dare to trample on his royal highness, whose nobility was comparable to that of the emperor's relatives. Practicing the saber with the fierce bandits was difficult and dangerous. It was not something that outsiders could understand. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. He wondered if it was time to start practicing internal martial arts. No matter how domineering the saber technique of the outer sect was, it was like a child's play in front of a true master of both internal and external martial arts. It would only be a joke. However, the cultivation of internal martial arts was more about advancing step by step. The big and small acupoints and meridians in the body had to be polished and connected like a marching army. It was like the Wudang sect, which claimed that half of the world's internal martial arts came from the Jade Pillar. Especially those Taoist priests who were talented and had masters to guide them, they had to practice every day they were on the mountain. They had to strive to reach the realm of the Great Way where they could resonate with the heavenly design. Internal energy was not food that could be stuffed to the brim. Where could Su Fengnian find the precious internal energy that he had spent 10 or 20 years to polish? Should he go to the Tide Listening Pavilion and look for some evil ways? Su Fengnian frowned and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with the sea of clouds and his ears were filled with the sound of pines. He felt relaxed and happy. For some reason, he thought of the previous owner of the winter embroidery saber. He wondered when that white fox face would ascend to the 3rd floor. Would this beauty think that the winter embroidery saber was given to the wrong person? That year when it was snowing heavily, White Fox Face wielded the saber on the lake. That was the true path of the saber. Su Fengnian knew the difference between heaven and earth, but he was not discouraged. An old man with missing front teeth who always laughed foolishly once said that it was comfortable to fart after a full meal. However, it was more comfortable to fart one after another and take it slow. His current practice of the saber was the stupidest way. It was time to ring the morning bell. Because Su Fengnian had been practicing his saber, the sound of the bell was loud and clear. There were a total of 108 bell rings in one day. Qi Danghua, who was in charge of the Beiliang army, looked surprised. Among the other foster sons, Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen looked at each other and smiled. Chu Lushan's eyes almost popped out. As for the little people Chen Jibao, Zhuo Xiong, and Yuan Zhuozong, they were patrolling the border and did not appear. The group walked down Mount Jiuhua. De Zhuguo, who was walking side by side with Su Fengnian, said slowly, "If you really want to practice martial arts, the masters in the mansion know some unorthodox ways. It depends on whether you are willing to put down your airs." Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. "What airs can I put down?" De Zhuguo looked at Mount Wudong from afar and squinted. "That's good." Chapter 38. In the first month, there were many distinguished guests who came with gifts. The governor of Lingzhou, Yan Jieshi, and his children arrived together. The governor of Feng province, Li Gongda, followed closely behind. Naturally, he brought his son, Li Hanlin, who had a terrible reputation. Because their sons and His Royal Highness were childhood friends, the two governors had a deep relationship. They were fortunate enough to be looked upon highly by the king of Bailiang. Whenever they made mistakes in governance, the great pillar Guo would lightly overlook them. Among them, Yan Jieshi had an advantage that others envied. The governor of Yan province had a daughter who was both talented and beautiful. Even the great pillar Guo praised her, personally commenting that she was steady and peaceful, generous. At that time, many people believed that this girl would enter Bailiang Palace. It was probably because His Royal Highness was too unrestrained, so there was no substantial movement. Today, the great pillar Guo was personally receiving the two governors. Li Hanlin could not sit still and had long been itching to make a move. The great pillar Guo waved his hand and told him to scram. Li Hanlin immediately rushed out as if he had been pardoned and did not forget to bow. The governor of Feng province, Li Gongda, sighed. This bastard was too inappropriate. The great pillar Guo laughed and said that Li Hanlin's personality was not bad. Only then did Li Gongda feel relieved. The great pillar Guo's light words were 100 times more effective than thousands of curses in the province. Yan Jieshi's daughter, Yan Dongwu, also gracefully excused herself and went for a walk in the manor. It was rare to see a woman who could receive the great pillar Guo's praise. She was recognized as a female scholar by the scholars of Bailiang. She was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. She was brilliant and beautiful. If not for the fact that she was beaten by the #1 woman of Bailiang, Su Weisheng, she would be even more famous. However, from the first time she saw Su Fengnian, she did not have a good impression of him. She saw His Royal Highness as an empty bag and did not hide it. Su Fengnian, on the other hand, said that Yan Dongwu was a female prostitute who fished for fame. Although she looked friendly on the surface, she was actually sophisticated. Although she looked gentle and harmless, she was actually a knife. Whoever married her would be bringing home a knife, which would bring misfortune to the family. In short, the two of them had been at loggerheads all these years. They didn't like each other and tried to avoid meeting each other if possible. Therefore, they didn't even greet each other when they met. Her younger brother, Yan Jiashi, originally hoped to be able to tie the knot with brother Feng, but seeing that there was no hope, he gave up. In the twilight, Yan Dongwu walked on the secluded path and sneered in her heart. She hadn't heard of His Royal Highness' mischief for half a year. She heard that he was forbidden to study the sage books. She didn't believe that the pillar state could restrict Su Fengnian's feet. Who knows what kind of disaster he had caused? Yan Dongwu heard a strange voice. "Oh, this lady is so brave. You dare to tour alone in idiot Su's territory. Aren't you afraid of being robbed and humiliated by that idiot?" She didn't need to raise her head to know that it was her sworn enemy, the one who couldn't achieve anything great, the one who couldn't pass the imperial examinations. Yan Dongwu was too lazy to pay attention to it. She quickened her pace and wanted to leave early. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Fengnian didn't give up and blocked in front of her. He teased, "Lady, do you want me to protect you? Don't fall into idiot Su's evil hands. If you can't keep your chastity, who will marry you?" I heard that there's a little prince in the capital who is in love with you. Could it be that you're preparing to become an imperial concubine? Yen Dongwu glared at him. Her face was cold, but she was a little surprised in her heart. She hadn't seen this rascal for more than 3 years, and he seemed to have become much more tanned and robust. However, that hedonistic air of a person who couldn't change his nature was still as hateful as before. She was attentive. She saw that the most powerful young master in Liangzhou didn't wear a fancy sword anymore. He changed to a knife and didn't hang it on his waist. Instead, he held it in his hand, which was neither fish nor fowl. Yen Dongwu took a step back and distanced herself from Su Fengnian. She said sarcastically, "You can't learn the skills of that ferocious-looking machete man, so you can only learn the easiest way to wear a knife. His Royal Highness is so ambitious." Su Fengnian hummed a few times and turned to put Xiu Dong on his shoulder. He put his hands on her and looked even more like a ruffian. He smiled and said, "Female scholar, you've heard about that machateman's feat. Do you think I should reward him with a few thousand or 10,000 taels of silver? I heard that there will be a fight outside the city tonight. I'm thinking about how much silver I should bring." "Female scholar, you're quite good at calculating. Why don't you give me some advice?" Yen Dongwu sneered and said, "Do you dare to see that bloody scene? How much silver to give is your highness's private matter. Dongwu kindly reminds your highness to bring an extra set of clothes." Su Fengnian clicked his tongue and said, "Female scholar, you've really calculated everything. You've even calculated that I'm about to pee in my pants. You're amazing. I used to say that you don't know anything when you don't ask. Now it seems that I've misunderstood you." Yen Dongwu didn't have the patience to argue with Su Fengnian. She said coldly, "Get out of my way." Su Fengnian put Xiu Dong's knife on his shoulder and said casually, "Female scholar, do you dare to come with me to see that machete man?" Yen Dongwu said firmly, "I don't dare." Su Fengnian joked, "Are you afraid of seeing me, or are you afraid of seeing the machete man and can't help but elope with him? I heard from Yen Qiji that you always like to peek at some paladin biographies. Aren't you curious what kind of hero is behind that ferocious face?" Yen Dongwu was exposed, but she didn't feel embarrassed. She kept silent. Su Fengnian said regretfully, "Forget it if you don't want to go. It's better for me to enjoy alone than others." Carrying Xiu Dong's knife, he brushed past Yen Dongwu. Yen Dongwu suddenly wrinkled her nose. She turned around and asked for the first time, "Do you really want to be that spendthrift?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "There are 2 horses in the stable." Finally, the 2 of them rode out of the city. Chapter 39. Yen Dongwu, who was wearing a thick fur coat to hide herself, was very annoyed as she galloped away. How could she be bewitched by this idiot? She had thought that there would be cavalry and retainers from the prince's mansion, but there was no sign of them after 20 miles out of the city. She curiously asked, "Su Fengnian, where are you taking me?" Su Fengnian held his saber with one hand and turned his head with a smile. "You will know after another 20 miles. Are you still afraid that I'll take you to the wilderness to do something improper with you? Don't worry, a forced melon is not sweet. I know this better than anyone." In the starlight of the night, Yen Dongwu saw a face that seemed unfamiliar to her. Another 20 miles. She saw a bonfire flickering on the opposite side of a small hill. Su Fengnian was the first to jump up the hill. Yen Dongwu's face turned pale when she reached the top of the hill. At the foot of the slope, more than a dozen burly men were sitting and drinking wine and eating meat. All of them looked sinister. When they saw Su Fengnian, they seemed to see a big fat sheep. When they looked at Yen Dongwu, who was dressed luxuriously, their eyes were full of lust. They were scared to be thrown into this desolate place. Now that there was such a beautiful woman in front of them, they would be punished if they didn't eat her. Yen Dongwu looked at Su Fengnian's side face in a daze. Was this foppish man going to use this vicious method to take revenge on her? Su Fengnian stared at the bottom of the hill and smiled softly. Miss Yen, don't be in a hurry to kill yourself by biting your tongue. Su Fengnian is not as dirty as you think. If I hand you over to a group of dead people, Yen Qiji will break off relations with me. No matter how you look at it, I will suffer a great loss. Su Fengnian exhaled deeply. In the cold season, this wisp of white mist was particularly clear in Yen Dongwu's eyes. Then she saw this idle man, His Royal Highness, take out a ferocious mask, cover his face, pull out his saber, and insert the sheath into the soil. A series of silent actions caused his temperament to change instantly. Yen Dongwu covered her mouth and did not dare to make a sound. It was a good time to kill. On a snowy day, the corpses would soon become like icicles under the eaves and would not be dirty. Especially the puddles of dirty blood, after being frozen, would look like a woman's embroidery. This made Su Fengnian, who could only kill people quickly, very pleased. After killing 4 or 5 batches of killing, he had some experiences that were not convenient to talk to others. But when he was in Jianghu, he had no friends, otherwise, why would the masters be fighting on the top of a building or mountain? At the very least, there were a lot of people. But he was actually pleasing to the eye. Her face is Yen, he was actually very pleased with her face. But her face and her, he was. Her face in her. So, he. Yen, of her, Yen, he. With great difficulty, Su Fengnian finally had a rare spectator other than old Kuei. He felt that it was necessary to kill her more attentively, more decisively, and more ruthlessly. It would be best if he could scare her to death. The leader of the bandits gave them a look. They were not very willing to let 2 capable but not trusted men be the vanguard. They had heard that the machete man on the hillside who specialized in killing their peers was not gentle. The bodies were rarely intact. But the leader said that as long as they killed the one wearing the mask, they could have a taste of the little woman first. This made the 2 bandits, who had been holding back for too long, not even care about their lives. Most importantly, after they were mysteriously thrown here, they learned that as long as they killed the person who wanted to kill them, they would not be sentenced to death. Not only would they receive a large reward, but they would also be able to return to the army. It was a life-or-death situation. They were hot-headed. They did not care too much. Xiao Dong collided with a fine machete in a bandit's hand. Su Fengnian leaned to the side and slid down the machete, cutting off several fingers of the charging soldier. Without waiting for the man to cry for his father and mother, Xiao Dong raised the machete and cut off a head. Xiao Dong did not stop. She rolled and cut down the second bandit at the waist. Su Fengnian charged straight into the enemy's formation. Xiao Dong moved like a snowball. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Very few of their corpses were complete. Su Fengnian finally let out a long breath. The so-called one spurt of energy was very reasonable. The biggest taboo when using a machete was to mess up one's qi. He began to understand. Su Fengnian took off the fanged green mask covering his face. His qi changed again, and he returned to being that sloppy and handsome young master. He flicked his wrist lightly and threw the blood on Xiao Dong's machete onto the snow. Then he carried the machete up the slope. Yen Dongwu, who was sitting on the horse's back, was trembling. She gritted her teeth and persevered, as if she was not willing to lose the noble and virtuous aura she had accumulated over the years. Su Fengnian glanced at her and wiped the Xiao Dong's machete on her expensive fox fur coat, leaving a light mark. This rough action scared the golden branch and jade leaf into crying out in alarm. Her delicate body was about to fall. Su Fengnian did not scare this smart and blank girl. He put the Xiao Dong's machete back into its scabbard. He walked a few steps and flipped onto the horse. He said softly, let's go back. 40 li back to the city. Su Fingnian was in the front. Yen Dongwu, whose riding skills were average, followed behind him with great difficulty. Su Fingnian, who was on the horse's back, spent most of his time with his eyes closed and breathing deeply. Practicing the machete and killing people were secondary. The real training was still waiting for him in the small courtyard of the prince's mansion. The guard at the gate opened his eyes wide and recognized His Royal Highness. He hurriedly shouted to open the gate, afraid that if he angered this Bailiang devil incarnate, he would pack up and go home to raise chickens and farm. Su Fingnian sent Miss Yen to the governor's mansion. He said with a smile, you have to return this horse to me. After Yen Dongwu got off the horse, she still kept quiet. Su Fingnian did not think much of it. When he bent down to take the reins from her hand, he used the Xiaodong scabbard to pat her buttocks. He teased, is your soul gone? Yen Dongwu's face was sullen. Su Fingnian used the Xiaodong's machete to lift her delicate chin. He said slowly, your father sent a letter to Wang Taibao in the capital. It's on Su Zhao's desk. Therefore, you didn't go in vain when you put down your pride and went out of the city with me, His Royal Highness, to admire the snow. Yen Dongwu's eyes were flustered. Su Fingnian smiled frivolously and threw the green-faced mask in his arms to her. Miss Yen gave me face tonight. As a gift in return, I'll give this to you. If you hate me in the future, you can take it out on me. Chapter 40. Inside the Tide Listening Pavilion, de Zhugua saw the two of them leave the residence with his own eyes. He smiled as he returned to the pavilion and sat opposite the chief advisor Li Yishan. He asked softly, Brother Yuaning, do you think this rascal will cheat more of the little girl from the Yen family or save that bookworm Yen Qiji's family of 69 people? Li Yishan said calmly, both. Su Xiao smiled, is the position of Lingzhou's magistrate so worthless? That old fellow Yen Jieshi is too much of an armchair strategist. Does he think that by forming a relationship with Wang Taibao, even if his daughter is lucky enough to become the imperial concubine, she can escape from my hands? Does he think he can bring me down by hiding under the emperor's feet and complaining about me? He didn't even think about who gave him the money he earned in Liangdi. Without this money, what can he use to win over Wang Taibao and become brothers with that Han Diaoxi from the inner palace? On this point, Li Gongda is much smarter. He still remembers who is his true source of income. Only this kind of person can live long. Li Yishan said calmly, how can there be so many docile dogs for you to order around? Occasionally, a few crazy dogs will jump out and jump over the wall. Isn't that what you want? If Liangdi is peaceful every year, there won't be soldiers training horses at the borders. Without Yen Jieshi and the other so-called loyal ministers who are ready to make trouble, wouldn't your position be even more difficult? Aren't there a lot of ministers and ministers who are busy tarnishing their own reputations for the rest of their lives? You are already very good. You can even reject the marriage of the princess. The scholars of the world have scolded you for 10 to 20 years and they still haven't broken your spine. You should be proud. De Zhugua was calm and did not make any comments. Li Yishan mocked himself slightly, that rascal is less feminine but more ruffian. Not long after Su Fingnian returned to the Fu, he came upstairs to deliver wine and was pulled into a few rounds of chess. In the end, Li Yishan was very angry. To Li Yishan, no matter how the game of Go changed, no matter how many paths there were, it was still a dead object. No matter how big the situation was, it was still a ghost trap. Li Yishan did not like it. However, Su Fingnian was naughty when he was young and could not calm his heart down. If he wanted to nail this rascal's butt to the mat, the only way was to search and search. That was the only way. Privately, Li Yishan admired the boy's extraordinary memory. When the two of them played chess, at first, there were still chess pieces on the board, but later on, they removed the chess pieces and just pretended to be placed in the air. There were 19 vertical and 19 vertical positions. They agreed on the position of the chess pieces in advance and could not go back on their words. Who would have thought that after returning from this trip, Su Fengnian would learn an endless stream of unreasonable hand tendons from who knows where. The more he learned, the more violent his fists became. Li Shan was in a difficult situation a few times. He almost smashed this reckless brat with his wine pot. Li Shan, who was sitting cross-legged, was slightly helpless. He smiled faintly and said, "We have 10 rounds of listening to the tide and it looks like it will be 4 wins and 4 losses. This rascal did as I wished and picked up martial arts. However, he beat me in chess." Su Xiao laughed and said, "There are still 2 rounds left. No rush, no rush." Li Shan raised his brush but stopped in the air. He asked, "The Chancellor of Shangyin Academy wants to play chess with you?" Su Xiao laughed and said, "Yes." Li Shan sneered and said, "Back then, they used the 9 nations as chess pieces and half of the world as the chessboard. How bold. However, I didn't see them make any brilliant moves. They were arrogant but incompetent, sitting and discussing the Tao. After being defeated by you, all the arrangements and chess momentum are gone." Su Xiao said, "Wei Xiong is still studying there. I have to give him some face. Otherwise, you also know my temperament. The spirit of a scholar and the spirit of righteousness are the 2 things that stink the most to me." Li Shan smiled and didn't say anything. Su Xiao suddenly asked, "Do you think Black Tortoise is going to flourish or not?" Li Shan asked back, "Wang Zhonglo has wasted his time cultivating the difficult Great Yellow Court Pass. Aren't you afraid that Wudong Mountain will fall out with you?" Su Xiao laughed it off. In the secluded courtyard of the prince's mansion, Su Fengnian and the old man sat cross-legged in the courtyard's corridor. They slowly recounted every detail of the battle in the snow. If the knife wasn't decisive enough, if the knife's speed was too fast and didn't have enough energy left, or if the response wasn't appropriate and wasted a bit of energy, the old man would beat him with the back of the knife. After the lesson, he would give a few concise comments. The old man was an expert in using the knife to the extreme. Even if he wasn't there, listening to Su Fengnian's words was no different from seeing it with his own eyes. Su Fengnian didn't want to give the superior incantation and the old man didn't take the initiative to reveal his trump card. The 2 of them guessed each other's riddles, competing to see who had the better patience. The white-haired old man leaned against a red pillar and asked with a smile, "Kid, since you are going to retrieve the sword case, why don't you learn the sword? Wouldn't it be more straightforward? Besides, in Jianghu, don't all young people like to carry swords? One sword comes from the east, one sword goes to the west, and so on. It sounds more powerful than using the knife. That phrase is called Yang Chun or something." Grandpa forgot it for a moment. Su Fengnian sat upright with his shodong across his knees. He chuckled and said, "Yang Chun by Shui. Even in this cold land, they call you Idiot Su. You're wronged." The old man slapped his thigh with one hand and the shoulder of His Royal Highness with the other. The latter almost fell forward. He swayed and stabilized himself with great difficulty. Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "Grandpa, your eyesight is really ordinary. Compared to knife skills, it's worlds apart." The old man smiled and said, "When Grandpa and that Zamadeo Wei Beishan fight, I will really have to leave this place. Kid, have you thought about your future path?" Chapter 41. Su Fengnian put his hand on the scabbard of the winter-embroidered saber and smiled bitterly. "What else can I do? I'll go to the pavilion to find a quick manual of inner strength and leave it to fate. If it doesn't work, I'll just memorize all the martial arts from various sections. In the future, I'll be able to take advantage of the enemy. My foundation should be quite ordinary. It's unlikely that I'll be able to defeat 10 people with brute force like the old grandpa. If I don't use some underhanded tricks, when will I be able to go to the martial emperor's city? By the way, did Wang Xianji really break the wooden bull of the older generation sword god Li Chungang with 2 fingers? The old man nodded, feeling a little sad. For the most outstanding martial artists in the world, the old monster Wang Xianji was always a mountain that they had to face. Even if they could not defeat him, as long as they could fight to a draw, they could be ranked among the top 10 masters. It was enough to show the strength of the century-old man. Su Fengnian got up slowly. He still had to get up early tomorrow. Tonight, the future imperial concubine's mansion must be in chaos. The next day, a distinguished guest came to Beiliang Palace. It was a teacher from Shangyin Academy. It was said that his position was second only to the Grand Chancellor, and he was one of the 3 chancellors. The 3 of them were generally respected as Mr. Jishang. What they taught was not ordinary scriptures and classics, but the great way of the sage. The scholars of Shangyin Academy came from all over the world, regardless of region, identity, wealth. As long as they passed the triennial examination of the academy, they could enter the academy and become a scholar of Shangyin. These scholars were also known as the Jisha scholars. Today, the Grand Chancellor of the academy, Qi Yanglong, was the imperial preceptor. His position was extraordinary and he was elusive. The visiting chancellor was only known by the surname Wang. He taught the art of traversing and Wang Ba Lu in Shangyin Academy. He had won 2 famous debates in the world. He won the debate on name but lost the debate on heaven and man. Since then, he rarely showed up. For the past 10 years, he had only accepted the second daughter of the butcher Su Xiao, Su Weisheng, as his student. He even said that she would be his disciple in closed-door training, and that he could pass on his legacy to her, and that this lifetime was enough. From the few letters that Su Fengnian exchanged with his second sister, Su Weisheng, he vaguely learned that this Mr. Ji Shang was a chess fanatic who loved to watch chess and talk a lot. As for the depth of his knowledge, Su Fengnian did not doubt it. Since he could become second sister's master, he could not be too bad. There was a game of chess under the White Crane building. His adopted son, Yuan Zhuozong, stood in the distance. Only Su Xiao, the great pillar state, and Mr. Ji Shang, who came from afar, were chatting happily. Su Fengnian climbed to the top of the mountain and only saw Mr. Wang's side profile. Mr. Wang was thin, wearing a plain green gown, a pair of hemp shoes, and a mutton-fat jade pendant around his waist. He was facing off against Su Xiao on the chessboard with a confident demeanor. His demeanor was elegant, and his imposing manner was otherworldly. His Royal Highness thought that the Chancellor of the Shangyin Academy was indeed very confident. No matter how powerful an ordinary expert was, they would not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Su Xiao. How could he be as calm and elegant as this person? An otherworldly expert was nothing more than this. Su Fengnian gathered his thoughts and approached respectfully. De Zhu Gua and Mr. Ji Shang were focused on the game. The battle on the chessboard was intense and neither of them raised their heads. Su Fengnian, who was still in awe, took a closer look and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A great national master who was familiar with the 19 paths was perhaps immersed in the great ocean, profound, looking down from a high position. Perhaps delicate and skillful, deep and precise, each step filled with murderous intent. But the 2 in front of him. Su Xiao was a terrible chess player. Su Fengnian naturally knew this. When he first saw the 2 of them playing chess, he thought that Mr. Wang was using his elegance to deal with Su Xiao's vulgarity. He did not think that. Damn it, why did this game look like a mess? It was like 2 children rolling around in the mud fighting. It had nothing to do with the level of a national master. Looking at the situation, Mr. Ji Shang's chess skills were on par with Su Xiao's. No wonder they were so locked in battle. What Su Fengnian could not accept the most was that Mr. Wang thought that he had made a strong move. Every time he made a comment that he agreed with, something like, "Don't make useless moves, don't make mistakes. If you want to play the big game, be a big dragon and kill a big dragon. Or, when faced with difficulties, the small tip will take root and win over the support. But I don't want to point. This support is so wonderful that it can help one ascend to immortality. Su Fengnian's eyes widened. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see the beauty of the game. He could only see the continuous blurry moves. It was a terrible sight. Mr. Ji Shang stared at the 50-50 situation and said proudly, the three schools of chess have a total of 18 national masters. Only Zhao Ding and Chen Xia cannot defeat them. The rest can compete. Su Fengnian's face could not help but twitch. Su Xiao was expressionless. He was not willing to make a move. Mr. Ji Shang finally took the time to look up and said with an amiable expression, His Royal Highness, do you think we should abandon the Pillar of State's light piece? Su Fengnian slowed his breathing and said with a smile, It's hard to say. Mr. Ji Shang's layout is meticulous. I think the white piece will most likely lose. Unexpectedly, in a fit of anger, Su Xiao was forced to make a good move. Mr. Ji Shang finally felt the danger. However, instead of calmly dealing with it, he immediately reached out to pick up Su Xiao's piece and said with a thick-skinned smile, Pillar of State, allow me to regret this move. Su Xiao seemed to be used to it. He pursed his lips, indicating for the Chancellor to do it himself. Su Fengnian was a little dumbfounded. In the end, Mr. Ji Shang managed to win the game after regretting his moves more than 10 times. After watching this, Su Fengnian no longer had any respect or longing for the Yin Academy. Mr. Wang patted his butt and stood up. He said with a refreshed expression, I have played countless games of chess in my life. Until now, I have never lost. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Mr. Ji Shang is the best national master. After the game, the national master bid farewell and went down the mountain. When he was not playing chess, his aura was indeed flawless. He had the air of an immortal. Su Fengnian was stunned. He muttered, What do you mean by never losing? Su Xiao laughed and scolded, It's true that he has never lost. It's only because he only plays chess with those who are weaker than him. If he is not confident, he will tactfully watch from the sidelines. Su Fengnian said dejectedly, Second sister is learning the art of classics from this Mr. Ji Shang. Su Xiao stood up and looked at the foot of the mountain. He smiled and said, To be able to stand in an undefeated position, isn't he a national master? Chapter 42. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to ask, Su Xiao told him everything. Back then, the academy was magnificent and was known as the 100 schools of thought and 3,000 sages. Actually, the ones who were truly powerful were the 9 schools of thought, Taoism, Confucianism, Dharma, Soldier, Yin and Yang. Our dynasty focused on Dharma, while the other 8 countries had their own backing. It could be said that the real war was in the Shangyin Academy. For example, Shishu was old and unambitious, occupying a natural stronghold. At that time, the academy had already unified and believed that Shishu could continue to occupy a corner. However, they were crushed by my troops. For a time, the world was filled with resentment and the nickname of the human butcher was confirmed. Together with Han Diaoxi and the Jianghu hermit Huang Longshi, they were known as the 3 devils that everyone wanted to kill. My relationship with the academy has always been poor. Only that Mr. Ji Shang, whose chess skills are terrible, spoke up for me and said a lot of things that offend the world. At that time, Sir Wang had just won the debate on name and reality and was in the limelight. If there were no accidents, he could have become the next Grand Chancellor and planted a karma tree in the forest of virtue. What a pity. That's why I sent your second sister to Shangyin Academy. There were a few famous forbidden grounds and sacred grounds in the dynasty. Other than the imperial palace, there was also Mount Longhu, which had usurped the orthodox position of Wudang Taoism. There was also the northern Liang Mansion's Tide Hark Armory, the 2 Zen temples' relic pagoda, the Wu family's sword tomb, and lastly, the Shangyin Academy's Tao de Forest, which all the scholars in the world yearned for. This Tao de Forest symbolized 10 years of trees and 1,000 years of virtue. As for the three devils, the eunuch with the surname Han was called a cat. His reputation in the dynasty was only slightly worse than that of Su Shao. However, the white-robed Huang Longsher was the most controversial. His hands were not stained with much blood, even less than some of the Jianghu heroes. But this person's mouth was really powerful. During the chaos of the 9 countries, more than half of it was started by him. He was the proudest disciple of Shangyin Academy and called himself Huang Sanjia. This was not him boasting. Huang Longsher was recognized as number 1 in the 19 Daos, number 1 in cursive script, and number 1 in yin and yang divination. He was renowned throughout the world. In the end, it was widely spread among scholars that the Shangyin Academy had almost erected a stone tablet that Huang Longsher could never set foot on in his lifetime. As for Su Fengnian's second sister, Su Weisheng, many scholars in the academy secretly said that she was the second Huang Longsher. One could see her elegant demeanor. Su Shao said softly, "Mr. Wang came here today to ask for a favor, but I didn't agree." Su Fengnian said helplessly, "You really don't give Shangyin Academy any face." The hunchbacked and lame de Zhu Guo had his hands in his sleeves. He looked like an old farmer, but his words were extremely arrogant. "Those scholars have been scolding me from thousands of miles away. They've been scolding me until now, and I've already spat out several large vats of saliva. Your second sister slaps their faces in their house every day, loud and clear. In terms of Tao, they can't win against your second sister. It's even more so when it comes to chess. As for fighting, your second sister's sword can chop up those weak scholars. She can chop up hundreds of them in one breath and there won't be a wrinkle on her sword. Those fellows from Shangyin Academy are only good at scolding people. As for chopping people, they're pretty lame." Su Fengnian said with a headache, "Don't hit people in the face. You're good." Su Shao smiled. "Your father hasn't studied much, so how can he understand so many great principles?" Su Fengnian said disdainfully, "That's pretentious." Su Shao turned his head and glanced at the winter-embroidered knife in his son's hand. He smiled and said, "I'm really not pretentious. Using the knife to talk is the most effective." Su Fengnian said softly, "That's also how you talk to that person in the capital." Su Shao always had no inhibitions when interacting with this son of his. He said straightforwardly, "Of course. 300,000 Bailiang cavalry. Even their farts will shake the heavens. Even if you don't want to, you can smell it." Su Fengnian was preparing to leave for the bottom of the lake to practice his knife skills. He couldn't possibly go along with, "The emperor will take turns to be the emperor and come to my house tomorrow," could he? Su Shao asked, "Are you really going to keep practicing?" Su Fengnian was puzzled. "Or else." Su Shao pulled his hand out and exhaled. He slowly kept him in suspense. "Then go to Wudong. There's someone waiting for you." Su Fengnian was surprised. "You're not going to ask me to learn the Jade Pillar Heart Sutra from Hong Shixiang? That's too shameful. The scenery of the colored glass world is not bad, but to ask me to practice my knife skills there, it's not fun. If he doesn't go down the mountain, I'll go up the mountain. How can it be like if the mountain doesn't come, I'll go up the mountain? To be honest, I'm not in the mood. I'd rather be scolded by that old man and have my face covered in spittle than live under someone else's roof on Wudong Mountain." De Zhuguo smiled faintly. "That little Daoist with the surname Hong doesn't have that kind of ability. The one you want to see is Wudong's chief, Wang Zhongluo." Su Fengnian was shocked. That old Daoist who hides to cultivate the Great Yellow Court Pass. Did he really split the Kanglan River with a finger of an immortal? That's too immortal. Inconceivable, inconceivable. De Zhuguo thought about it and said, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but Wang Zhongluo almost single-handedly fought against Mount Longhu with 4 great heavenly masters. He shouldn't be someone who fishes for fame. Moreover, Li Shan gave pointers in his early years. He did a general evaluation and rouge evaluation. He specifically mentioned this Daoist expert, saying that he has the potential to enter the profound understanding realm. You have to know that at that time, Wang Zhongluo was only a middle-aged Daoist with no obvious reputation. As for whether it's true or not, won't you find out when you go to Wudang Mountain? Su Fengnian was confused. Wang Zhongluo is going to teach me how to use the knife. That's impossible. Then he's going to teach me the fastest and most profound heart technique of Wudang? Su Xiao smiled. You'll know when you get there. Su Fengnian didn't refuse. Wang Zhongluo was one of the most famous experts in the world. It was always a good thing to be able to experience some of the Daoist's immortal aura. He hoped that it wouldn't be another otherworldly expert like Mr. Wang from Shangyin Academy. The most important thing was that Su Fengnian was hiding at the bottom of the lake to practice his knife. He remembered that there was a bottomless white elephant pond in Wudang. This pond was formed by a waterfall for hundreds and thousands of years. Su Fengnian wanted to go there to practice his knife. That year, Su Fengnian entered Wudang alone in the dusk. Under the black tortoise Dang Xing Memorial Arch, there were only 2 Taoists who were very different in age. One of them was naturally the young martial granduncle Hong Shixiang. The other was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was extremely tall and sturdy. He was not inferior to the old man at the bottom of the lake. This kind of physique was rare in Taoism. Seeing Su Fengnian holding the knife, the 2 Taoists didn't exchange pleasantries. They just silently led His Royal Highness up the mountain. Climbing a mountain was physical work. In the past, Su Fengnian needed to rest a few times halfway up the mountain. After practicing his knife for half a year, he had improved a lot. However, he still couldn't reach the top in one go. Every time Su Fengnian felt tired, the tall old Daoist would stop immediately. When he stopped, Hong Shixiang also stopped. Su Fengnian sneered in his heart. This way of doing things was more scheming than hundreds of ox-nosed old Taoists coming out together. The 3 of them stopped at the hanging coffin not far from the white elephant pond. There was only a small hut. It seemed to be His Royal Highness' residence. There was a bamboo fence around the hut. A table and chair were placed in front of the hut. After Su Fengnian and the old Daoist sat down, Hong Shixiang took the initiative to go into the hut and took a simple tea set. He squatted down and made tea. There was no need to guess the old Daoist's identity. He smiled and said, "The world's swordsmanship is divided into standing sword, walking sword and sitting sword. The difficulty increases with each step, but the ultimate achievement is hard to say. Our Wudang sect has never recommended sitting swordsmanship, as it goes against the laws of heaven. However, standing swordsmanship and walking swordsmanship have some experience. I wonder if Your Highness wants to learn standing swordsmanship or walking swordsmanship." Su Fengnian said calmly, "I want to practice my knife." Hong Shixiang, who was making tea, rolled his eyes. The old Daoist said amiably, "Swordsmanship and knife techniques, different paths lead to the same goal. They all pursue the path of one man against 100. Like that Dong Tai, he only held a peach blossom. It can be called a sword or a knife." Su Fengnian did not want to waste time. It was really boring to discuss Tao with the old Daoist. So he asked, "What's the difference between standing sword and walking sword?" The old Daoist chuckled and said, "Standing sword, simply speaking, is when the sword moves and stops more often. The sword momentum is more swift and violent, like the rumbling of winter thunder. Walking sword is heavy and continuous, like the majestic summer rain, like splashing ink. If His Royal Highness likes standing sword, there are a few sets of famous sword techniques on the mountain. Together with Wudong's unique Heart Sutra, the spirit-plucking incantation, they are mutually beneficial. If he prefers walking sword, there is no harm. Jade Pearl Peak has a book called Green Water Pavilion Sword Practice Record for the 60 Years. Its words are exquisite and profound, and it contains the essence of swordsmanship. Su Fingnian thought for a moment and asked, "What does Headmaster Wang mean by sitting sword?" The old Taoist said awkwardly, "This sitting technique is passed down in the Wu family's sword tomb. Outsiders do not know." The young martial granduncle gave each of them a cup of tea. The tea was wild tea from the mountain, and the water was spring water. Su Fingnian drank a mouthful and said with a smile, "I forgot to congratulate Headmaster Wang for coming out of seclusion." The old Taoist smiled and nodded. Hong Shixiang sighed quietly. Su Fingnian hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Did Headmaster Wang really split open that Songlan River with one finger?" The old Taoist shook his head and said, "No." Su Fingnian felt relieved. Since the old Taoist's ranking is lower than Wang Xianji's, then the weakness of his skills is a good thing. Hong Shixiang muttered, "It was 2 fingers." Chapter 43. Immortal guiding the way and cutting the river. Kanglan River, that is the largest river in Bailiang. Su Fingnian spat a mouthful of tea on the face of the old Taoist immortal opposite him. The old Taoist priest who had been in Wudong for 30 years just wiped it away gently and turned to glare at his talkative junior brother. Su Fingnian hurriedly apologized. Wang Zhongluo, on the other hand, had a good temper and did not mind, continuing to drink his tea. Su Fingnian quietly sized up this Wudong number 1, his forehead was red like a raised eyebrow. Although he had white hair, he did not look old. Su Fingnian suddenly remembered a Taoist unorthodox book called 3,000 Sceneries, that he casually read in the Tide Listening Pavilion when he was young. It mentioned that Wudong had a mysterious internal energy that was refined by the supreme jade elixir. It first formed a Daning, then flowed through the 5 viscera, and then through the 4 limbs. It could turn red blood into white milk, the appearance of a young man, and was impervious to cold and heat. Su Fingnian had never taken the occasional written records of claws in the snow seriously. However, when he heard those 2 fingers with his own ears and saw Wang Zhongluo's vaguely revealed majestic aura, he had no choice but to believe it. The old Taoist left after finishing his tea. Su Fingnian saw Hong Shixiang still squatting on the side in a daze. He frowned and said, "Bull Rider, why aren't you leaving?" Hong Shixiang nodded and slowly walked back to Small Lotus Peak. Passing by the 3 palaces and 6 temples, countless Taoists respectfully called him Grand Marshal Uncle, Grand Marshal Uncle, and he responded to them all. Some familiar juniors would even stop and chat with them. Slowly walking to the immortal cliff, he found his senior brother standing under the tortoise camel tablet. Hong Shixiang quickened his pace and called senior brother Wang. Their generation on the mountain was already the highest, unlike Longhu Mountain's Taoist masters who were in seclusion and did not care about worldly affairs. Wudong also had a senior brother surnamed Wang, who used the sword to crown Wudong. He was habitually called Junior Brother Wang by Hong Shixiang, and had been silently comprehending the sword at Big Lotus Peak for 16 years. Wang Zhongluo, who was almost a head taller than Hong Shixiang, turned around and saw the unhappy junior brother. He joked, "Senior brother Chen took away your private stash of forbidden books again." Hong Shixiang shook his head, hesitating to speak. Wang Zhongluo patted his junior brother's shoulder and left under the moonlight. Su Fingnian practiced the rolling knife technique once. There was no set pattern to it. The most important thing was the angle and direction of the first cut. Following that, dozens or even hundreds of moves would follow the momentum of the first cut. Su Fingnian strived to do it in one go without leaving any gaps. Using the least amount of strength to use the fastest knife. This was not something that old man had taught him privately. It was a simple knife technique that Su Fingnian had figured out himself. It was very appropriate to call it a rolling knife. Compared to what Headmaster Wang had said about standing on the sword and moving the sword, it seemed to be slightly different. He returned to the thatched cottage and lay down on a hard plank bed. It was as hard as the Wudong Mountain. Su Fingnian had no qualms about this. This was because he was used to living in the wilderness with old Huang. On the table, other than an oil lamp, there were 2 piles of yellowed books. 2 sword manuals, 1 spirit extracting technique, and at the bottom was Qingshui Pavilion sword practice record. Su Fingnian did not have any pajamas. He simply stayed up all night to memorize these books. Wudong's mantra was widely circulated in Jianghu. Most of them were fakes, crowned with the name, Jade Pillar Internal Strength. They were still very popular. However, there were indeed some genuine low-grade Jade Pillar mantras that the Jianghu people were familiar with. Wudong Mountain had never deliberately tried to stop them. This was because the Jade Pillar mantras were indeed brilliant. However, it was only one of the yin-yang fish. It still required the Wudong Taoists to train their bodies day in and day out to complement each other. Su Fingnian was not interested in the sword manuals. He also did not feel that the spirit extracting technique was beneficial. He only loved the sword practice record so much that he could not put it down. This 60-year sword practice record was the painstaking work of a Wudong ancestor. It was just that the words were obscure and not easy to learn. Su Fingnian looked at the dimly lit sky outside the window. He put down the sword practice record and walked towards the white elephant pond with his embroidered winter saber. The closer he got, the louder the sound of the waterfall hitting the rocks. A cold water vapor assaulted his face. There was a large rock in the middle of the pond. Su Fingnian walked along the edge of the white elephant pond. Unexpectedly, he walked along a bluestone path into the waterfall. It turned out that the hanging immortal peak where the ivory waterfall hung had been hollowed out by the Wudong ancestors. Legend has it that an immortal ascended from here and left an ancient sword in the pond. Su Fingnian stood still. He was only 2 arms away from the waterfall. His clothes gradually became wet. Su Fingnian used all his strength to make a horizontal chop with his saber. That old Taoist priest was able to cut off the river with 2 fingers. So what if he used all his strength to make a chop? Su Fingnian felt a piercing pain. The embroidered winter saber had just made contact with the falling waterfall when it flew out of his hand. It drew an awkward arc in the air and fell to the ground. Su Fingnian raised his hand to look. There was a large bloody crack. Su Fingnian grinned. He picked up the embroidered saber that was destined to be buried in his hand for a long time. He let out a long breath and made another chop. The result was the same. Su Fingnian sucked in a cold breath. He tore off a piece of cloth from his body and wrapped it around his hand. He sat on the ground and picked up the embroidered saber. He no longer hoped to make a horizontal chop with his saber. He only hoped that it would not fall out of his hand. He switched to his left hand and made another chop. It was even worse. He fell out of the pond along with his saber. The young martial granduncle came into the cave at some point. He said in surprise, "You're exactly the same as senior apprentice brother Qin when he was young." Su Fingnian tried to find joy in his misery. All experts are like that. Hong Shixiang said softly, "But I heard that senior apprentice brother Qin can make a several-inch wide gap with his sword when he reaches your age." Su Fingnian said in annoyance, "Help me pass a message to the royal palace. There's a white fox face in seclusion there. Tell him to pick 40 to 50 martial arts manuals first and have someone bring them up the mountain." Hong Shixiang asked curiously, "What's that for?" Su Fingnian lowered his head and used his mouth to tie the cloth around his left hand's wound. He ignored Hong Shixiang. The young martial granduncle obediently went out to run errands for His Royal Highness. There's a purple sun temple a mile away. He's going to ask the juniors for help. Of course, martial granduncle won't go down the mountain. A few days later, a slender woman carrying a heavy bag climbed up the mountain with difficulty. What's the heaviest thing in the world? Friendship. Loyalty. Bullshit. Books are the heaviest. Jiang and I sat on a step halfway up the mountain. Her waist was almost broken. A few Taoists who were staring at her swaying body as if she could roll down the mountain at any moment were finally relieved. This extremely beautiful young woman was escorted to the foot of the mountain by the Bailiang cavalry. Then she climbed up the steps alone. At first, the Wudang Taoists wanted to help, but they didn't get any response. She only had a cold expression on her face. The Taoists could only carefully follow behind her, afraid that she would suffer along with her bag. A woman from Bailiang Palace, they can't afford to offend her. Jiang and I raised her head and looked at the endless mountain peak. She muttered something. The Taoists couldn't hear her. It was all harsh words cursing Su Fengnian. But compared to her daily actions of making little grass men, it was already considered gentle. Now if that bastard His Royal Highness dares to stand in front of her, she'll definitely pull out that talisman and die with him. Jiang and I rubbed her already red shoulders. She gritted her teeth and once again carried the heavy bag. In the lapis lazuli world, this was a pitiful scene. Hong Shixiang, who had nothing to do, was strolling around the mountain. He saw this scene and ran over to help. But before he could speak, Jiang and I said, "A good dog doesn't block the way." Her tone was weak, but her eyes were like the eyes of a bodhisattva. She didn't look like a lowly servant in a prince's residence. Hong Shixiang smiled and said, "I'll lead the way for you." Seeing the hut, Jiang and I was stunned. This was the sleeping quarters of His Highness the Thousand-Blade Crown Prince. Won't he jump and curse and kick the few thousand Taoists of Wudang Mountain down the mountain? She sat on the ground, panting. She really felt like she was going to die. Hong Shixiang was just about to remind her, but Jiang and I glared at him. He could only swallow his words. The young martial granduncle thought that the woman brought out by His Royal Highness was different. Or was she really as straightforward as eldest apprentice brother said? Was it because the women at the foot of the mountain were all tigresses? Although his good intentions were treated as ill intent, Hong Shixiang still took the opportunity to lift the bag and move into the hut. This time Jiang and I didn't reprimand him. She really didn't have the energy to do so. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to sit down and fall asleep. As for the pain in her shoulders and back, it was already numb. She just didn't want to touch it. Jiang Ni's back was hit a few times by a hard object. The action wasn't big, but for the current Jiang and I, it was no different from adding oil to a small fire. A thick layer of frost covered the little snow. Jiang and I, who was in extreme pain, turned around with a sobbing tone. She raised her head and saw that repulsive, hateful, and murderous face. She didn't know where she found the strength, but she opened her mouth and bit down, biting His Royal Highness's leg. Su Fengnian used the scabbard to slap Jiang Ni's face, sending this captive princess flying. The strength was just right, not too light nor too heavy, not enough to hurt anyone. Su Fengnian frowned and scolded, "Are you a dog?" Jiang and I, who was more embarrassed than she was in pain, couldn't move. She could only grab the dirt on the ground and throw it at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian didn't get angry. He only used shudong to slap the dirt back one by one. Jiang and I instantly turned into a little mud man. "Su Fengnian, you won't have a good death. Come, little puppy Jiang and I, bite me to death. You're not human." "Yeah, Jiang and I, you look so fresh right now, so cute. If you have the ability, throw the god talisman at me too. Then I'll consider you ruthless. I'll stab you to death one day. Just now, I'm determined not to fight back. Why are you still sitting on the ground? Little puppy Jiang and I, you can't be so excessive that you want me to stick my neck to the god talisman and slit my own throat, right? This way of dying is too tyrannical. One sitting on the ground, one standing, one crying, one laughing. Who would have thought that these two young men and women of similar age were the eldest princesses of a captive kingdom, the eldest sons of the king of Baliang? Seeing this scene, the young martial granduncle, who felt that it was harder to understand than the heavenly book, helplessly said, "I'd better go ride an ox." Chapter 44. Su Fingnian was too lazy to stare at Jiang and I. He left her on the ground and went into the room to open his bag. Other than a large luminous pearl and a few sharp Guangdong Liao Wei, the rest of the books were thrown on the table and piled up like a mountain. Looking around, there was the Forbidden Villa's whale-killing sword, the two Zen temples' copy of the Vajra-subduing demon fist, and the Southern Sea's largest Buddhist nunnery's Guanyin finger. There was a wide variety of more than 50 martial arts manuals. They all had one thing in common, which was that they were all top-notch moves of various sects and schools. Perhaps there was still a gap between them and the highest level, but for Su Fingnian to master even one of them was a magnificent feat. He didn't move all of them from the Tide Listening Pavilion because he wanted to learn all of them, but because he wanted to pick out one or two suitable ones from each manual. It would be best if he could apply them to his blade technique. Taking 10,000 steps back, if he saw a pig run many times, he wouldn't be surprised even if he saw a pig that could float on water or grass in Jianghu. Just like playing chess, these books were a set of moves. When the opponent placed a piece, he would know the position of the next 3 or 10 moves. No matter how many changes you made, would just kill you with a single strike. Su Fingnian picked up a manual and flipped through a few pages. He put it down and picked up his blade, preparing to go to the White Elephant Pond to practice 600 slashes and 600 strokes. When he went out, he found that Jiang and I hadn't left the mountain yet. She was sitting on a bamboo chair, using her sleeve to wipe the dirt off her face. Her movements were delicate, and each movement must have used all of her strength. How could there be a woman in the world who didn't love beauty? Su Fingnian laughed. "Little mud man, it's going to be dark soon. You don't dare to go down the mountain alone. I'm a kind-hearted person. I'll help you call a handsome little Daoist to go down the mountain with you." Jiang and I sneered. "The Great Pillar State let me stay on Mount Wudong. I heard someone has already gone through the ceremony of becoming an adult." "That's hilarious." Su Fingnian felt a headache coming on. Ignoring the mockery of the rootless grass, he frowned and said, "Did Su Xiao take the wrong medicine?" Jiang and I kept a straight face and didn't say anything. She stretched out 2 slender little fingers and slowly combed away the dirt and dust on her hair. Su Fingnian went to the forest to pick some herbs and threw them in front of the house. "You stay here," he said, "I'll go somewhere else." Jiang and I was indifferent. Like a clay bodhisattva, he remained motionless. He tilted his head and didn't even look at His Royal Highness as he meticulously cleaned up the battlefield. She would never touch that huge pile of herbs. Su Fingnian took the night luminescent pearl and the hairpin to the cave of Xianxian Peak. He made a hole in the stone wall and inlaid the night luminescent pearl in it. Suddenly, it was brightly lit. Su Fingnian, whose hands were bleeding, continued to wield his saber. However, he did not dare to cut under the waterfall. Late at night, he was already exhausted. He sat at the foot of the stone wall furthest from the waterfall and slept cross-legged. The saber never left his hand. Early in the morning, he woke up on time. Su Fingnian opened his eyes and saw Hong Xixiang squatting in front of the waterfall, holding water to wash his face. Su Fingnian had always been indifferent to this guy. He got up and practiced his slashing in the open space. While he was practicing his saber in an old-fashioned way, the guy who had been herding cows on the mountain for more than 10 years was studying the priceless heavy thorn wall in front of the stone wall. The round pearl in the bright area was green and translucent. When night fell, it would be as clear as the full moon. The one in front of Hong Xixiang was not known for its large size. The largest night-luminescent pearl in the world was still in the imperial palace. It needed 416 beauties to surround it. It was placed in the study of Princess Sui Zhu. The reason this emperor's most beloved daughter was called Princess Sui Zhu was because when she was born, Sui offered this huge night-luminescent pearl dug out from the foot of Mount Tai as a tribute. Su Fengnian seemed to have had the opportunity to own 2 Sui pearls, as long as he was willing to enter the capital and become the emperor's son-in-law. Su Fengnian did not have the opportunity to know whether the delicious cake was hot or not. In Bailiang Palace, this kind of low-level mistake could not happen because the maids in Wudong Garden were all gentler than the other. However, His Royal Highness was more certain than anyone that the roasted sweet potato was hot to the mouth, hot to the hand, and hot to the heart. The cave was humid and Su Fengnian was sweating profusely. It was very harmful to the body when the sweat mixed together. Su Fengnian did not dare to stay any longer. He carried the embroidered winter saber on his shoulder and picked up the famous Guangdong Liaowei. This was the best quality purple rabbit hair. Rabbit hair was originally a hard hair. The north was stronger, but the Guangdong purple rabbit hair was worthy of being called the first hard hair. This kind of brush was most suitable for writing strong and square characters. The tip of the brush was like an awl and sharp like a knife. This was the real knife of the brush. From a young age, Su Fengnian had been instructed by Li Shan to only use hard hair. The soft and edgeless sheep hair was absolutely not to be touched. The soft and boneless characters had always been spurned by the #1 scholar in the prince's residence. However, Su Fengnian knew that sooner or later, he would have to pick up a soft hair when he had to write large characters on a signboard. Although Su Fengnian was scolded for being an idiot with a golden exterior, doing the shady business of buying poems and songs like a poor scholar, he knew the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea, and wine. It was just that he was not proficient in them. Practicing the saber was a major matter of strength, but practicing calligraphy was a minor matter of strength. It was especially difficult to practice calligraphy after practicing the saber. Su Fengnian dipped the Guangdong Liaowei in water and wrote the incantation for the whale-killing sword on a green rock. The words came from his heart, and the semi-cursive writing on the ground appeared murderous. Hong Shishang squatted to the side and observed. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Good writing, good writing. It's 100 times better than De Shixiang's earthworm crawl." When he communicates with his junior apprentice brothers or people outside the mountain, he has to get me to write for him. Su Fengnian ignored this fellow's praise and chewed on the Guangdong Liaowei brush. Before coming up the mountain, he had practiced the saber painstakingly. However, it was not to the extent that he had to forcefully peel off the calluses that he had honed from 3 years of traveling. Now, his hands were covered in blood every day. When he was not practicing the saber, Su Fengnian would put the embroidered winter saber on his shoulder and swing it around. It looked quite poetic, but Su Fengnian's heart was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 45. Walking towards the thatched cottage, he remembered where he had left the herbs yesterday. Su Fengnian smiled and pushed open the door. He did not see Jiang and I sleeping on the bed at first glance. Had she gone to see the scenery of the Lazuli world? When he looked again, he saw that the little mud figurine had already cleaned herself up and was facing the wall, asleep. She did not touch the bed. Su Fengnian understood perfectly that she despised the place he had slept in for being too dirty. The reason why she did not sleep against the wall was clearly because her delicate back could no longer bear any contact after carrying the luggage up the mountain. Su Fengnian opened his mouth and spat out the rabbit hair brush on the table. He used his foot to kick the princess who had fallen from the world's noblest imperial city to the cage of Bailiang Palace and then to this little thatched cottage on the mountain. She was probably exhausted, for she did not react at all. She muttered a few words in her sleep. Su Fengnian did not have to listen to her to know that she was scolding him. Su Fengnian stared at her for a while. She was a budding beauty. Although her face could not compare to white foxes, it did not lose out to Sweet Potato and Bluebird by much. In the future, she would definitely be even more attractive. Su Fingnian felt that the way she sat on the ground and fell into the mud yesterday was very interesting. Jiang Ni's body slanted in her sleep and almost fell to the ground. Su Fingnian's shoulder shook and Shudong fell down. He used the scabbard to gently support her body and slowly straightened it. Only then did he stop disturbing her. When he went out, he saw that the bull-riding fellow had tactfully begun to cook porridge. There were a few small jars of pickled vegetables in the house. During this period of time, unless Grand Marshal Uncle was too busy with the small seal bamboo slips or the precious and unique annotation classic, he would usually cook for His Royal Highness. He worked hard without complaint and enjoyed it. Hong Shixiang cooked the porridge and watched the heat while he dipped his finger in his saliva and flipped through the Book of Rites. Su Fingnian really couldn't figure out how this cowardly fellow could become the person responsible for the black tortoise's resurgence. After leaving 2 bowls of porridge for Jiang and I, Su Fingnian carried his saber and went to the top of the hanging immortal peak. The Jiazi sword training was a collection of sword practice experiences, but occasionally, it would also contain some summaries of the vast martial arts. It strongly advocated climbing to the top of the mountain to look at the stars and the sea, which were useless to swordsmanship but beneficial to swordsmanship. Unfortunately, Su Fingnian couldn't find anything that was related to the way of the sword even after looking at it for a long time. The guy riding the bull didn't say a word. He just stood to the side and watched with great interest. Su Fingnian, who felt unbalanced in his heart, asked, "You've been watching it for more than 20 years. Aren't you tired of it?" The young martial granduncle laughed foolishly. The scenery was different every day. How could he be tired of it? Su Fingnian asked curiously, "Do you know any martial arts?" Hong Shixiang said with a face full of sincerity, "I don't think so." Su Fingnian kicked him. The martial granduncle who was squatting on the ground swayed left and right, but he didn't fall. He returned to his original position without any difference. Su Fingnian exclaimed in surprise and asked, "This is..." The martial granduncle who had been on the mountain for more than 20 years indeed hadn't read a single secret manual or touched a single martial art. He scratched the shoulder that was kicked by Su Fingnian and said with an innocent face, "There's a big bell in the Xuanwu Palace. When someone rings the bell, I see how it stops." Su Fingnian wanted to get to the bottom of it. "You figured it out just by looking at it?" The guy riding the bull shook his head and said, "There's no trick." Su Fingnian felt a little defeated and said, "If you use a saber to chop the waterfall, can you chop it?" The martial granduncle who was asked shook his head and said, "Of course not." Su Fingnian finally felt a little better. But the guy squatting on the ground immediately added, "I can't chop it, but it probably won't be enough to make the saber and sword fall out of my hand." Su Fingnian was full of suspicion and ordered, "Then go find a sword and try. If you can't do it, then just wait to be fed to the fish." Hong Shixiang had a troubled expression. "Why don't His Royal Highness lend me the saber on his shoulder?" Su Fingnian lifted his leg and was about to kick, but the martial granduncle who was riding the bull had already run far away. Su Fingnian went down the mountain peak and waited for about 2 hours before a sweaty Hong Shixiang arrived. He really did carry a peachwood 7-star sword in his hand. The way he held the sword was neither fish nor fowl. Su Fingnian signaled with his eyes for him to stab with the sword. As if he was facing a great enemy, Hong Shixiang took a few deep breaths. Only then did he walk in front of the waterfall as if he was going to the execution ground. He raised his arm and swung the sword, lightly stabbing. A mysterious half-arc that slanted downwards, like the horns of an antelope. It cut through the astonishing falling waterfall. Retrieving the peachwood sword, Hong Shixiang turned around and looked at Su Fingnian. There was no smug expression on his face, as if it was a matter of course. Su Fingnian was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "I understand. This is your Tao of Heaven." Hong Shixiang, who only treated it as a small matter of eating, drinking, defecating and sleeping, let out an awe. He jogged towards His Royal Highness suspiciously in a flattering manner. "Tell me, how is it thou?" Senior Apprentice Brother Chin said that I am in the mountain and do not know the mountain. I will never be able to comprehend the Tao in this lifetime. Su Fingnian said treacherously, "As long as you go down the mountain and stand a little further away, won't you be able to see the mountain clearly?" Hong Shixiang sighed and made a deduction with his fingers, saying helplessly, "I knew it. Today is not the day to go down the mountain." Su Fingnian wanted nothing more than to kick this coward who was hiding in his turtle shell and not poking his head out. Ginger Mud, whose greatest ability was to go down a dead end, decided to go all out with Su Fingnian and live in the thatched hut. From the winter to the warm spring, the flowers bloomed. His Highness the Crown Prince was as tired as a stray dog every day. She had a lot of free time. She did not have to do any of the chores a servant should do. She just strolled around Mount Wudong every day. She walked around the 81 peaks, half of the peaks, palaces, monasteries and heavenly paradises with her little feet wearing hemp shoes. She even had the leisure to ask for some seeds from the nearest Xiang monastery. She planted some vegetables and fruits outside the green bamboo fence. Because of her, she created a small vegetable garden that formed a world of its own. If Su Fingnian took a second look, he would be warned by her, like a little white wildcat whose tail was stepped on. Other than practicing his blade and calligraphy, Su Fingnian also continuously moved books from the Tide Listening Pavilion to the mountain. Book after book, bag after bag. It was like moving a mountain. Chapter 46. Don't forget to bookmark it. There are 2 more chapters today. Jiang and I seemed to be obsessed with watching the fruits and vegetables grow little by little. Whenever she had the time, she would squat in the garden and stare at them. The pitiful talisman dagger had to be used as both a hoe and a hatchet. One day, Su Fingnian went to the garden to fertilize it out of goodwill. In the end, he was discovered by Jiang and I, who couldn't sleep. In a frenzy, she carried the talisman and chased him half the mountain. For the next few days, Su Fingnian didn't dare to return to the thatched cottage. For every meal, he caught some wild animals and barbecued them. At first, Hong Shixiang didn't dare to eat fish and meat. Later, he couldn't stand the gluttonous bug in his stomach. Once he started, he couldn't stop himself. As soon as he saw His Royal Highness, he would throw flirtatious glances at him and ask him what he caught today. This was greatly inconsistent with the rules and regulations of the mountain. Su Fingnian admired himself for being able to endure this bull rider's incessant chatter, just like the gadfly on the bull's butt. After moving hundreds of books up the mountain, Su Fingnian obviously didn't want to be a 2-legged bookcase. When he read something that he didn't understand, he would grab Hong Shixiang and explain it. The most interesting part was that many seemingly unsolvable and brilliant moves often had a solution in another secret manual. This kind of contradiction that required patience to find was most beneficial to Su Fingnian. Now, His Royal Highness' saber skills were hard to say, but his horizons had increased by several levels. During this period of time, Su Fingnian took out a book that had been lost in the Jianghu for a long time, Great Martial Arts, and used it as a body training manual. The moves were simple, but each move was fierce and overbearing, striving to kill with one move. He also asked for a set of nameless fist techniques from Wudong, leaning towards the soft and feminine side. Su Fingnian originally didn't like it, but Hong Shixiang shamelessly recommended it, bragging about it to the heavens, almost praising it as number 1 in the world. In the beginning, Su Fingnian still didn't agree. The thirsty Grand Marshal uncle had no choice but to play a final move. Even Su Fingnian had to admit that he was truly shocked by this fellow. The bull rider plucked a handful of bamboo leaves and casually threw them out in the wind. His body followed the bamboo leaves and stretched out a palm. Su Fingnian only saw his body swaying like a drunkard, jumping around randomly, but all the bamboo leaves were glued back to his palm. Gnawing on a wild pheasant's leg, Su Fingnian, who had obtained the fist technique but still couldn't grasp the gist of it, couldn't help but ask, the more I practice this fist technique, the more it looks like a sissy's play. You're not deliberately tricking me, are you? The Grand Marshal uncle wiped the grease at the corner of his mouth and said seriously, how would I dare to fool His Royal Highness? Su Fingnian asked suspiciously, who created this fist technique? The Grand Marshal uncle rolled his eyes and swallowed the pheasant meat in large mouthfuls. He laughed dryly and said, His Royal Highness, I won't disturb your practice. I have to go herd the cows. Su Fingnian pressed the scabbard on Hong Shixiang's shoulder and sneered, if you don't tell me, I'll beat you until you spit out everything you've eaten. The Grand Marshal uncle said mysteriously, I accidentally found it on the top floor of the Xianhua Palace. It's been a long time and can't be verified. It must be the painstaking efforts of some senior Jinren. Su Fingnian put away his saber and concentrated his qi in his dantian. He drew 6 circles in the air in accordance with the fist technique, one circle after another. It looked like it, but he always felt that it was several mountains away from the bull rider's wrist technique. Not to mention the spirit, even the shape was barely satisfactory. The Grand Marshal uncle who was busy leading the green cow looked at Su Fingnian's posture and nodded slightly. He smiled brightly and said, this fist technique goes from the 8 trigrams to the 4 symbols, the 3 powers to the yin and yang, all the way back. It's just that it's still very far from the infinity of Tai Chi. His Royal Highness technique is already quite agile and flexible, opening and closing in an orderly manner. It's not easy and is much faster than I was before. It's just that there are still some small flaws that need to be corrected. If the Great Mound attack is a method of crushing 1,000 pounds with 10,000 pounds, then this fist technique is a trick of 1 or 2,000 pounds. His Royal Highness needs to remember one thing when practicing, the fist technique is to hit the crouching cow. Seek small and not big, seek quietness and not movement. Only then can you obtain the beauty of all things in life. When you reach the peak, you can't add a feather, you can't drop a fly, you can't tell autumn with a single leaf, you can't tell spring with a single sprout. Su Fingnian pondered and sneered, only punching a crouching cow is of some use. The rest is all nonsense. Hong Shixiang chuckled and didn't refute. Su Fingnian squinted his eyes and smiled, bull rider, you like to eat meat so much. There are a lot of yellow cranes on this mountain, why don't you trick one to come down? Hong Shixiang laughed dryly, I can't. Wudong's red-crowned cranes are psychic, and they're all my childhood playmates. Killing them is more painful than killing me. Su Fingnian joked, can you ride on a crane's back and play? When Taoist immortals ascend to immortality, isn't there a type of crane ascension? Hong Shixiang shook his head, I've never thought about that, I've been afraid of heights since I was young. Su Fingnian said with disdain, afraid of going down the mountain, afraid of heights, afraid of women, what else are you not afraid of? Hong Shixiang sighed heavily, frowning and frowning. This bull rider suddenly pricked up his ears, carefully saying, His Royal Highness, I'll go get the cow first, you better go back to the thatched hut and take a look. Su Fingnian gripped his winter-embroidered saber tightly and rushed back. On the mountain, who would have the guts to find trouble with him? If there was, then it would definitely not be an ordinary character. Seeing the thatched hut, Su Fingnian's figure came to a sudden stop, passing through the bamboo forest and slowly moving forward. Outside the hut, there were 3 unfamiliar uninvited guests, not wearing Wudong's linen or silk Taoist robes. In the middle, there was a delicate young master, wearing luxurious clothes. Su Fingnian was very familiar with Zhong Ming's behavior, he could see the depth of his family's wealth at a glance. The shoe embroidery on this kid's body was extremely skillful, rare and priceless, but this was secondary. In his hands, he was playing with 2 luminous pearls, of excellent quality, known as the Dragon Pearl and the Phoenix Eye. Each was a first-class top-grade toy, but it was even more difficult to put together a pair, the tribute was nothing more than this. Next to the arrogant young master stood 2 middle-aged men. One of them had a big waist, a sturdy body, a standard tiger's beard, a leopard's head, and round eyes. According to Su Fengnian's evaluation, this guy looked like he could suppress ghosts and exorcise evil spirits. This big man had a pair of simple sabers hanging from his waist, one long and one short. He stood a little further away. The other gloomy man with a white face and no beard was closer to the young master, slightly bent, and stood with his hands behind his back. He wore a plain white robe, always giving people the impression of a cold-tailed many-banded kite. Standing in the vegetable garden, Jiang and I stared at the three people with red eyes. Her lips were already bleeding from her bite. There was a 5-fingered palm mark on her delicate cheek, red and swollen. The vegetable garden that she carefully cultivated had been destroyed, the wooden frame fell, the seedlings were all broken, and it was almost turned upside down. His Highness the Crown Prince had only watered and fertilized the plants out of the kindness of his heart, yet he had been chased down by Jiang and I. Now that the vegetable garden had been reduced to such a state, she must have risked her life to save it. However, her opponents were numerous and they were not merciful people, so she had to suffer in silence. Perhaps in Jiang Ni's eyes, Bailiang Palace was a luxurious and desolate birdcage, but other than His Royal Highness who raised birds, who dared to point fingers at her. Not to mention slapping her face. Su Fengnian, with his hands wrapped in cloth and holding his sabers, walked barefoot towards the three people with a gloomy face. Chapter 47. Jiang and I can bully you, but you can't. I don't care who your father or mother is. The elegant young master slightly tilted his head. There were some freckles on the tip of his nose. He glanced at Su Fengnian who was walking towards him with a look of disdain. When his gaze shifted to the embroidered winter saber in Su Fengnian's left hand, he slowly said, "Oh, this saber is very nice. I like it very much. Go, break his hands. The saber is mine." When the man heard this, he looked at Su Fengnian with a look of pity. From beginning to end, Su Fengnian did not say a single word. 10 steps away from the brawny man, he suddenly rushed forward. The embroidered winter saber was unsheathed. 3 steps away, he chopped out with a clean and crisp saber. The brawny man who originally did not plan to use his saber had a sharp glint in his eyes. Without seeing how he pulled out his saber, he blocked Su Fengnian's swift and fierce saber with the short saber on his left waist. The short saber's handle was wrapped with gold and silver threads. It was an excellent saber that specialized in foot combat. Su Fengnian's saber was blocked, but he did not blindly compete with strength. He used the rebound force to draw a stunning arc. With a turn of his body, he swept out a second saber. The brawny man showed a trace of surprise. He quickly restrained his thoughts of underestimating his opponent. His right foot took half a step back and his left arm swung out like a wheel. He chopped down in the air. He was no longer in a defensive position. He wanted to use his innate strength to sweep away the brat who used a saber in front of him so that he could no longer lift his saber. Su Fengnian, who had long been taught by the white-haired old man when to gather strength and when to counterattack, dodged the saber. He suddenly used an additional 30% of his strength. His speed was close to that of the brawny man's saber. In a flash, he dodged the brawny man's brutal slash. Intentionally or unintentionally, Su Fengnian had incorporated the bull-riding fist technique into his blade technique. His body was like a spinning top, spinning one round after another. His speed did not decrease but instead increased. Combined with the rolling blade technique that he had comprehended himself, it was simply flawless. In the face of danger, he had instantly erupted with a realm that he had never been able to reach before. He had truly managed to do it in one go. His chi was surging endlessly. Su Fengnian's breath was calm and comfortable, so much so that the second shudong sweep was far more imposing than the first. The brawny man who missed his saber glared angrily. This brat did not know when to advance or retreat. His saber was strange and the angle was tricky. It was not easy among his peers. What a waste of his talent. Finally, although he was annoyed, he did not pull out the long saber in his right hand. The short saber in his left hand began to show no mercy. His wrist creaked without warning. Suddenly, the saber appeared and slanted upward. It was as if he had fished out a whale from the East Sea. It suddenly hit the exceptionally bright saber of Xiao Dong. Su Fengnian's alarm clock jumped out for no reason. He subconsciously used all his strength to retreat. A series of small messy arcs appeared under his feet. He finally stabilized his body. He swallowed a mouthful of blood back into his stomach. Xiao Dong in his hand did not tremble at all. The brawny man with two sabers was not in a hurry to chase after him. He stood still. The child who said he wanted to break Su Fengnian's hands whispered to the beardless man beside him. Su Fengnian tore off the cloth on his right hand. Xiao Dong turned from left to right. He just stared at the short saber of the brawny man who was probably 3 times the weight of Jiang and I. He clicked his tongue and said, "Good saber. I thought that after the fall of Dongyue, the sabers of the Eastern Yu imperial family that were only used by the Eastern Yu imperial family had been confiscated into the national treasury. The big one was called the man's saber of the Eastern Yu imperial family, and the small one was called the brocade saber of the Eastern Yu imperial family. I never thought that I would be able to see the true faces of these two beauties here." The brawny man with the brocade saber on his waist showed a strange expression. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "You have good eyesight." Su Fengnian pretended to be naive and said, "Then aren't you the Eastern Yu imperial family of the fallen country? Why would a stray dog come to Mount Wudong to bite people?" The brawny man who was poked in the ribs was not angry. His calmness and cultivation skills were as outstanding as his saber art. He just said with an expressionless face, "I gave you 10 minutes to rest. Is that enough?" Su Fengnian held Xiao Dong in his right hand and did not speak. The freckled child with the tip of his nose said impatiently, "Why are you talking to him? I only want the saber. After cutting off his hands, whether he lives or dies is up to fate." Su Fengnian, whose left hand was covered with blood, unexpectedly lifted the scabbard. Was he afraid that his opponent had 2 sabers and he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with only 1 saber? Seeing this, the Eastern Yu imperial family people sneered. Su Fengnian rushed forward again, rolling his saber like a snowball. His half a year of saber practice was incisive and vivid. The lonely ghost left by the Eastern Yu imperial family easily broke Su Fengnian's unconventional moves one by one. He deliberately waited for the moment when Su Fengnian had to change his qi and killed him. This kind of torture was like holding a saber to the neck but not allowing the person under the saber to exhale. At the moment when Su Fengnian's dantian was exhausted, he resisted the opponent's powerful slash. At the same time, the scabbard in his left hand was thrown out like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. It shot out like an arrow and went straight to the child's chest. The Eastern Yu imperial family swordsman's eyelids twitched. He turned his head in violation of the taboo of fighting formations to determine whether this damn throw would cause any harm that he could not bear. This was the best opportunity for Su Fengnian to hurt the enemy. However, when he caught a glimpse of the child's right hand from the corner of his eye, Su Fengnian knew that it was not good. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to throw out his saber and retreated again and again. Sure enough, when the Eastern Yu imperial family swordsman turned his head, the saber had already been unsheathed. A 2-foot-deep crack was cut in the mud in front of Su Fengnian. It was a shocking sight. In addition to adjusting his qi, Su Fengnian also looked at the Xiao Dong scabbard. The man in white stretched out his arm and gently pinched the scabbard that Su Fengnian was determined to get. It was unknown whether the child was completely unaware of the crisis or he was born with the demeanor of a general. He laughed and said, "You're just an embroidered pillow. Do you want to kill me with such petty tricks? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Do you know who these 2 people in front of you are?" Seeing that the Eastern Yu imperial family swordsman had no intention to use his saber, Su Fengnian finally had a chance to take a closer look at the child who had only been freckled by his royal highness. He suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Little girl, tell me. Let's see if you can scare me." The child's face turned red. He lifted his leg and kicked the middle-aged man beside him, screaming, "Kill him." The man finally opened his mouth. His voice was sharp and harsh, neither yin nor yang. "You're courting death." Without seeing him move, the Xiaodong scabbard shot towards Su Fengnian's neck like a thunderbolt. The Eastern Yu imperial family swordsman in front of Su Fengnian tipped his toes and made way. If he didn't dodge, he would be pierced by the scabbard. Su Fengnian closed his eyes. He wasn't accepting his fate, but gambling with his life. The wind suddenly rose. Thousands of tall bamboos in His Royal Highness's bamboo forest bent toward the direction of the crowd, forming a worshipping posture. It was exactly the same as the 81 peaks, as if the mysteries of heaven were being drawn. An old Taoist priest floated out, looking indescribably like an immortal. He casually picked up the scabbard and put it down slightly. It happened to fit Su Fengnian's Xiaodong into the scabbard. The old Taoist priest calmly stood beside Su Fengnian. The guy dressed as a child but was seen through by Su Fengnian as a woman kicked the man who threw the scabbard and scolded, "Useless thing. Kill. Kill them all for me." The young martial granduncle hiding in the bamboo forest sighed, "This mountain really can't be left. The women at the foot of the mountain are all tigresses." Chapter 48. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and whistled. A handsome spear falcon swooped down from the sky and landed steadily on His Royal Highness's shoulder. The snow-white 6-year phoenix stretched out its head and rubbed its master's cheek. Su Fengnian didn't care about the pain. He flicked the scarlet beak of his beloved pet with a finger and glanced at the white-faced man who was about to attack. He sneered, 100 Liangzhou cavalry are going up the mountain with crossbows. I'd like to see who's going to kill who." The freckled woman who pretended to be a rich man was still not afraid. She angrily said, "How dare you?" Su Fengnian laughed wildly, "In Beiliang, there's nothing I don't dare to do." The Dongyue machete man frowned. The secret report did say that there were 100 Beiliang cardinal crossbows stationed at the foot of Mount Wudong. The crossbows made by Beiliang were much more powerful than ordinary crossbows. Many of the West Chu great halberd soldiers were killed by these weapons on the battlefield. A few dozen crossbows were insignificant in a battle, but if more than 800 of them were gathered together, it was enough to intimidate people. Su Fengnian tapped his nose and said lecherously, "Hey, little sparrow, come to my big bed and have a good fight. Let's fight for 300 rounds. It's best if it's a baby sparrow. I'm good at all kinds of martial arts. I'll definitely let the sparrow go up the mountain happily, but it's too weak to go down." The woman who called herself I gritted her teeth. But this time, before she could kick and curse, the man who looked like a man from the netherworld leaped and was only 5 steps away from Su Fengnian. With a gust of cold wind, he said with a piercing voice, "You're not human." At that moment, Su Fengnian remembered the cold wind of walking on a snowy night. Old Huang's thin body was in front, but the wind was still blowing in all directions. The chill was bone-chilling. Wang Zhongluo stood between His Royal Highness and the beardless man. His Taoist robe swelled up like a ball. He took the hit head-on. The old Taoist leader's feet used his pair of dark-colored light boots as the center. A circle of soil splashed out, but the old Taoist's tall and sturdy body did not move at all, just like the Wudong Peak. Not only did the qi flowing within the Taoist robe not weaken, it even swelled up after eating its fill. The man with rosy cheeks quickly retracted his hand and asked suspiciously, "Big yellow court. Are you Wang Zhongluo?" The old Taoist who had once been sprayed with tea by Su Fengnian was as well-mannered as ever. He did not retaliate and smiled, "That's me." The beardless man cautiously retreated to his original position. He bent over and said a few words to the woman who was mocked by Su Fingnian as a little sparrow. Her expression was gloomy and uncertain, but she tried her best to restrain herself. She raised her small hand that was holding the two twin luminous pearls and pointed at the Wudang sect leader and scolded, "Smelly cow nose, you want to side with the guy behind you? Aren't you afraid that your entire sect will suffer a calamity?" The 4 words of the black tortoise will reign at the foot of the mountain had been hanging there for hundreds of years. "I think it's quite imposing. Do you believe that I will smash it?" The old Taoist laughed and lowered his hands. His fluttering sleeves slowly calmed down. He did not respond to the domineering woman's insults and turned to look at His Royal Highness. Su Fingnian returned the favor and laughed evilly. "Yo, Sparrow sister, you have such a big mouth. I like it. You want to smash the archway? You still have to ask your future husband if he agrees." The lonely souls of Donghua laughed bitterly in their hearts. This Prince Liang's mouth was even sharper than a knife. How did lame Su train such an unscrupulous son? Was it because his ears were bad that he did not hear the 2 words, "this prince"? Or was he pretending to be deaf? Did he really think that no one in the world could be a match for the Great Pillar State? The 100 skilled crossbowmen of the Phoenix Battalion who had abandoned their horses and went up the mountain were already in position. They shuttled through the bamboo forest and were only waiting for His Royal Highness to give the order to shoot the 3 people into hedgehogs. The world knew that the Bailiang cavalry only recognized the large flag with the word Su. The Bailiang generals only recognized the Liang King's tiger seal. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away. What's more, the Son of Heaven on the dragon throne seemed to have always trusted the last prince with a different surname. A few years ago, he even had the intention of betrothing Princess Sui Zhu to the eldest son of de Zhuguo. It should be known that even in the capital, there were anecdotes about His Highness the heir apparent. Some scholars in Liangdi who passed the imperial examinations unanimously mocked and ridiculed the heir apparent. When they talked about Su Fingnian with their colleagues or teachers, there were always countless jokes. The common people all over the world were worried that Princess Sui Zhu had entered the tiger's mouth. The high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the capital who were familiar with the situation in the palace were eagerly waiting for Su Fingnian to arrive in the capital and then be beaten to death by the princess who had the same temper as him. This Princess Sui Zhu, when did she not go out to play without tormenting dozens and dozens of her sons? Beside him was the powerful old Taoist priest who had been the leader of Wudong for 30 years. Behind him were 100 crossbowmen. As if he had great confidence, Su Fengnian lifted Xiu Dong and pointed at the 3 people. He laughed nastily and said, "You, little woman. You, Dongyue's homeless dog, man, and you, imitating a woman and putting powder on your face. You are neither a man nor a woman. The 3 of you, don't go down the mountain. Stay here obediently and work like cows and horses for Laozi. When you have cleaned up the vegetable garden, you will see if this prince is in a good mood. If I am in a good mood, you can go wherever you want. If I am in a bad mood, other than I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." "Leader Wang, are there dogs on this mountain?" The old Taoist priest looked down and turned a deaf ear. He did not want to get involved in this muddy water. In the bamboo forest, the bull-riding martial granduncle who was being held by the Bailiang crossbowman shouted, "His Royal Highness, there are a lot of wild dogs on the mountain. They howl very loudly at night. It is probably because they are not full." The old Taoist priest had a headache and sighed. This little junior brother, why did he blindly join in the fun? If he fanned the flames, he would accidentally burn down Wudong, which was not a human, completely. The beardless man flew into a rage. No one in the world dared to humiliate him like this to his face. The woman who had been given an unpleasant nickname for no reason tugged at the sleeve of the extremely angry man beside her. She asked a few questions in a low voice. The man's expression was rather helpless, but he answered truthfully. Her imposing manner suddenly fell to the bottom. She glared at Su Fingnian, but her words were still loud and carefree. How much money can this broken vegetable garden be worth? Su Fingnian laughed and said, if I say it is worth 1,000 taels of gold, then it is worth 1,000 taels of gold. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. Her small chest that was wrapped in cloth trembled violently. She gritted her teeth and said, fine, 1,000 taels of gold it is. She raised her hand and threw a luminous pearl at Jiang Ni, who had been standing silently in the vegetable garden. For you. Probably because she was angry at herself for showing weakness for the first time, she once again threw the female pearl in her hand with a sobbing tone and screamed, all for you. She never thought that she would take the initiative to lower her body like the sun rises from the west. That girl who looked somewhat sloppy and had an even more rustic temperament. Not only did she not shed tears of gratitude, she instead had a straight face with a bit of disgust in her eyes. She bent down and picked up 2 luminous pearls that were stained with mud. With one in each hand, she threw it back. She used even more strength and almost hit Jiang Ni, who had a priceless body. Fortunately, the white-faced man caught the dragon pearls and phoenix eyes. To her, there was no reason to throw something and then get it back. She endured the heartache and gloomily ordered the attendants to destroy the pair of luminous pearls that she had played with since she was young. She glared at the girl who did not know what was good for her. Do you want to die? Jiang Ni calmly said, I only want the vegetable garden. You turn it back to the way it was just now. She repeated with a heavier tone, I only want the vegetable garden. Su Fingnian did not have time to appreciate Jiang Ni's words, which were extremely suitable to his taste. Seeing that the girl who was neither a man nor a woman was about to crush the luminous pearls, he hurriedly shouted shamelessly, wait, my maid doesn't know the value of the pearls. Give me that pair of pearls. The owner of the pearls and the maid Jiang Ni spoke at the same time. You want it? I don't know the value of the pearls. Su Fingnian answered the 2 princesses with a mischievous smile, little sparrow, of course I want the pearls. If you give it to me, then I'll forget about today's matter. Little mud man, you don't say. This pair of pearls is slightly more valuable than you think. The foreign girl who was forced to use a vulgar nickname seemed to have caught something that could be used against her. She threw a look at the attendant beside her and said with a neurotic smile, you want it? I won't give it to you. The 2 luminous pearls were immediately crushed into powder by the 2 fingers of the beardless man. Su Fingnian's face was full of regret. It was not that there were no such good things in the palace. On the contrary, there were quite a few of them. But wasn't it better to have more good things in the world? Jiang Ni did not give up and said coldly, give me back my vegetable garden. The girl said with equal harshness, with just you. Jiang Ni glanced at Su Fingnian like an outsider. Su Fingnian was somewhat helpless. This was Jiang Ni, the little mud man, being a rascal. Killing him was a matter of heaven and earth. If something happened, it was reasonable for him to take responsibility. The well-dressed girl said sarcastically, I've only heard of a golden house hiding a mistress. I've never heard of a thatched house hiding a mistress. Su Fingnian really cherishes you. Jiang Ni's mind was exquisite. She immediately exposed the last layer of paper, cherishes. Not really. No matter how bad it is, it's still better than someone refusing to marry. The girl's face was blank, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Jiang Ni stretched out her hand and said, give me back my vegetable garden. This was already the 4th time. Princess and princess. Neither was willing to give an inch. Su Fingnian secretly felt that it was interesting. Why did the princess make things difficult for the princess? Chapter 49. Daily updates and the number of words that are not updated will be recorded in the top post of the book review section. This book says to work hard, it is definitely not empty words. The bull rider hid in the bamboo forest, biting a bamboo leaf in his mouth, squatting and watching the show. Speaking from the bottom of his heart, this young martial granduncle did not have any bad feelings towards His Royal Highness, especially after he went up the mountain to practice his blade. Every time he brought books to Wudong, there would be one or two good books that had nothing to do with martial arts. The scenery on the mountain was naturally good, otherwise it would not be called the glazed world by the ancients. Among the 5 great mountains of the world, for 1,000 years before the previous dynasty, Wudong had always been known as the Tai Mountain. The buildings on the mountain were connected to the heavens and connected to the earth. However, after looking at this scenery for more than 20 years, Hong Shixiang did not get tired of looking at it. He also always hoped to see some new people and new things. His Royal Highness said that this was called liking the new and not getting tired of the old. It was a good thing. The young martial granduncle was sincerely happy to see the old people and old things on the mountain. Not to mention that eldest senior brother was like a loving father. Senior brother Qin had read all the scriptures on the jade pillar, it was just that he was a little strict. Every time he dug out a forbidden book from the bottom of the mountain, he would sigh and sigh. He habitually walked like an ant in front of Hong Shixiang, circle after circle, at most 30 circles at a time. There was also senior brother Little Wang who practiced his sword in silence. His swordsmanship was extraordinary. Other people would rack their brains to practice sword moves and sword forms, especially in the Wu family sword tomb. They could not wait to use the moves to the extreme. However, senior brother Little Wang cultivated the will of the sword alone on the single plank bridge of swordsmanship. He was similar to the legendary powerful Dong Tai. He once saw with his own eyes that senior brother Little Wang stood on the huge rock of the Shixiang pond and used his sword qi to split the waterfall apart. There were also a few older senior brothers who had different personalities. They were all good people, with the demeanor of ancient alchemists. They were even more protective of Hong Shixiang. However, things got more interesting when His Royal Highness went up the mountain. Hong Shixiang looked at the tense situation outside the thatched cottage. He couldn't help but feel anxious for His Royal Highness. Of those fellows from the capital, other than the wealthy woman who was disguised as a man, the other two were not easy to deal with, especially the gloomy uncle who had exchanged a blow with De Shixiang. His internal energy cultivation was unfathomable. If it wasn't for the fact that De Shixiang had cultivated the rarely seen De Huang Ting Pass in 100 years, he wouldn't have been able to retreat so easily. The outside world only knew that the last pass in the cult was extremely difficult to break through, but they didn't know that it was even more difficult to break through the De Huang Ting Pass. The reason why the De Huang Ting Pass with extremely high seniority on Mount Longhu was mostly because they had cultivated the De Huang Ting Pass but couldn't come out of it. The delicate stalemate was easily broken by a man with a sword on his back who slowly walked over from the other side of the waterfall. Senior brother Little Wang, who was known as Wudong's #1 nerd. Little Wang Shixiang had already passed the age of 40, his appearance was lean and incomparably confident. On his back was a slender peachwood sword the color of purple copper. Named Shin Tuesday legend has it that the ancient immortals had once used this sword to kill a 1,000-year-old fox spirit that brought calamity to the country and people. The immortal energy and demonic energy coexisted on the sword, only people with great willpower would be able to wield it. The old Taoist Wang Zhonglo said warmly, "It's not good to fight on the mountain, why don't we all go to the Xiang Palace not far away and eat some vegetarian food?" Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Only when you're full will you have the strength to fight." The impatient woman whose appearance could only be considered average sneered, "It's not enough that the Wudong sect leader personally came to protect us, even the #1 swordsman on the mountain, Wang Xiaoping, came to watch the battle with a sword in hand. Wudong's hospitality is truly touching. I'll remember this kindness. The next time we meet, I'll definitely repay you with a great gift." Su Fengnian smiled heartlessly. "Listening to your words, little sparrow doesn't intend to tangle endlessly with your future husband, then I'll let these 100 crossbow-wielding soldiers escort you down the mountain. When you reach the foot of the mountain, I'll call for 200 or 300 cavalry to escort you all the way out of the desert." She clenched her teeth and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. She was so angry that she laughed and said, "Good, good, good, I'll remember it all." Su Fingnian, you just wait. Su Fingnian was just about to say something when Jiang and I interrupted. It was still inappropriate and did not understand the ways of the world. Vegetable garden, compensate me. Su Fingnian angrily glared at Jiang and I. Jiang and I glared back at him. They stared at each other with murderous intent. But in the woman's eyes, they were flirting. With a cold snort, she ruthlessly stepped on the dirty muddy ground, as if she wanted to trample Wudang Mountain to the ground. Then she led her 2 attendants and swaggered away. On the way down the mountain, she repeatedly yelled that she was tired and stopped to rest. Without caring about her status, she sat on the flagstone and massaged her calves. When she was going up the mountain, she wholeheartedly wanted to beat the bones and scatter the ashes of her enemy, so she did not notice the pain in the soles of her feet. Now that she took off her boots and saw the shocking bloodstains, she burst into tears. She wailed loudly, full of energy, mournfully echoing on Wudang Mountain. The 2 attendants behind her did not dare to look directly at her. Although their status was high, they felt like they were walking on thin ice when facing this master. When they heard her cry, they became even more nervous and did not even dare to console her. The woman, whose family background was the most noble in the world, cried for a while before gradually quieting down. She braced herself and put on the exquisitely made boots. Wiping away her tears, she muttered to herself, "Sun Diao Temple, you can't beat Wang Zhongluo, and Zhang Huan can't beat Wang Xiaoping. Alas, if I had known, I would have brought more palace experts. Only the top eunuchs in the palace would be called Diao Temple or eunuch. There were only 8 or 9 of them in the dynasty." Seeing these eunuch leaders who were naked and did not have a beard, even the vassal kings who had a close personal relationship with His Majesty, or some influential ministers who held great power, would pinch their noses and take a detour. Those who had a good relationship with the eunuchs might even take the initiative to say a few polite words. In the establishment of the Liang dynasty, there were 13 stone tablets set up in a hole. It clearly stated that the eunuchs were not allowed to interfere in politics and were not allowed to go to the capital without permission. Since eunuch Sun could leave the capital in plain clothes, the woman's identity was also revealed. Only the lawless Princess Sui Zhu could have such a heaven-defying treatment and make the current emperor turn a blind eye. Eunuch Sun had been humiliated by His Royal Highness on Wudang Mountain today. He had already thought of 100 ways to make things difficult for lame Su when he returned to the capital. It was fine if he could not topple the deep-rooted Su family, but it would be good if he could discuss the Great Pillar State thousands of miles away from the capital. A towering tree. A towering tree. As high as the emperor. Eunuch Sun sneered in his heart. Princess Sui Zhu, who had lost a pair of beloved luminous pearls, looked up and said fiercely, "Zhang Huan, I know you are going to write a secret report to my father. Just write that Su Fingnian has been hiding his strength and biding his time these years. His playboy behavior is all a disguise. This crown prince has monstrous ambitions. After meeting me in Liangdi, he treated me very warmly." The prince of the former dynasty of the fallen Dongyue was stunned. He did not know whether to agree or not. If he did not agree, he would not be able to get through this hurdle. If he agreed, he would be guilty of deceiving the emperor. The Dongyue royal family had already withered and there were only a few people left. Chapter 50. Sun Diao Temple solved the problem and said in a shrill voice, "Your Highness, the country's affairs are not to be trifled with. If we report the truth, His Majesty will definitely stand up for Your Highness. If His Majesty mistakenly believes that Su Fingnian is really ambitious, won't he be more determined to become in-laws with lame Su? What will happen to Your Highness then?" She thought about it seriously and frowned. "Yes, then I will be greatly embarrassed. Living with such an idiot, won't I be ridiculed by the world?" Eunuch Sun and Zhang Huan looked at each other tacitly and saw that the other was relieved. The two who did not see eye to eye with each other had a tacit understanding after this trip to Wudong. Princess Sui Zhu limped down the mountain and asked softly, Sundiao Temple, what do you think of this Su Fingnian? Eunuch Sun sneered, he is unscrupulous to the extreme. I used to think that the rumors in the capital were exaggerated, but after coming to Liangdi, which province and which county is not scolding him? Seeing him with my own eyes today, it is even more so. Princess Sui Zhu's thoughts were complicated. She lowered her voice and said, Zhang Huan, is he good at using knives? He even made you use your knives. The old royal family of Donghua laughed, if we really want to kill him, 10 moves with a Baodiang knife is enough. The princess made an oh sound and scolded Su idiot, but did not say anything else. Behind them, 100 Bailiang soldiers were watching them from afar. On the mountain, the old Taoist priest left with his junior apprentice brother Wang Xiaoping. Before leaving, he gave Su Fengnian a bottle of elixirs. Hong Shixiang went to lead the green ox. Only Su Fengnian was left standing at the edge of the messy vegetable garden, looking at Jiang Ni, who was in a daze. His Royal Highness laughed, if she doesn't want to compensate, I will compensate you. Jiang Ni squatted on the ground and gently lifted a seedling without saying anything. Su Fengnian followed and squatted down. He wanted to help but was pushed away by Jiang Ni and fell on his butt. She suspiciously raised her head and saw that even though Su Fengnian was covering his mouth, his fingers were still bleeding. He didn't seem to want Jiang Ni to see such a miserable scene. He suddenly stood up and left the garden. Su Fengnian, whose internal injuries were not light, swallowed a fragrant dark green pill in a small cave inside the waterfall, slowly recuperating his qi. In fact, he was not seriously injured when he fought with the Black Panther Party swordsman. It was only an external wound on his hand. This was not a problem for Su Fengnian. After all, he had been practicing the saber for half a year. It was just that, unsurprisingly, the head eunuch of the palace who made the move that was the most lethal. If Wang Zhonglo hadn't blocked most of it, Su Fengnian wouldn't have been able to crawl back, much less stagger his way here. After practicing the saber, Su Fengnian placed the most emphasis on breathing. Without a teacher, he circulated the qi and blood in his body through a few small Kunlun mountains. He felt slightly better. When he opened his eyes, he saw Hong Shixiang, who had brought some vegetarian food over. The young Grand Marshal uncle said softly, "You're a good person." Su Fengnian shook his head and laughed, "She's my servant. If I want to hit, scold, and tease her, that's my law. What's wrong with other people bullying her? Slapping her, isn't that the same as slapping my face?" The bull-riding man sighed, "I don't understand these things." Su Fengnian mocked, "You only know sh*t." The man who brought the food over out of goodwill did not refute. Last time, His Royal Highness went up the mountain to beat him up. First, he didn't hit his face, and second, he didn't hit his bird. Hong Shixiang, who was content, was glad. He suddenly thought of something and asked carefully, "Is that girl really the Princess Sui Zhu that you rejected?" Su Fengnian laughed coldly, "You know all about it." The young Grand Marshal uncle who didn't look like a Taoist master laughed foolishly. "I heard the little Taoist and the pilgrims talk about some things that happened at the foot of the mountain." Su Fengnian leaned against the wall, his slender fingers stroking the simple embroidered scabbard. He changed the topic and said calmly, "Back then, the old emperor wanted to overturn the forbidden Jianghu by force. He wanted all the martial artists in the country to willingly kneel at the feet of the emperor and be obedient dogs. However, some of the vassal kings said that they were sick. Some of them said that it was inappropriate, and some of them said that it was righteous or because of benefits. The generals were also unwilling to be evil people. In the end, who was the one who carried the world's infamy? It was Su Shao. That damned cripple had just destroyed Western Shu. With the Su banner, he targeted all the martial artists in the world. Among them, there were many Bailiang soldiers, especially the family roots of some of the generals. At that time, the morale of the army was more chaotic than any other time. Before the Bailiang army even started the war, there were already 20,000 veteran soldiers who resigned and returned home. There were also countless fierce generals from Jianghu who resented Su Xiao and transferred to other armies. Did Su Xiao ever complain? Hong Shixiang didn't find it strange that His Royal Highness called his father Lame Su. He heard that His Royal Highness would even use a broom to hunt down the Great Pillar State. The young Grand Marshal uncle didn't understand the things that happened at the foot of the mountain, let alone this strange father and son. Su Fingnian calmly said, later on, the current emperor was dissatisfied with the Shangyin Academy. The academy said that Western Shu couldn't be destroyed because it would harm the dynasty's fortune. The academy also said that the royal family of Western Shu had to be treated well, otherwise it would disappoint the scholars of the world. What could His Majesty do? In the end, he still let Su Xiao take the lead. In a spurt of energy, he destroyed Western Shu in just 2 months. As for the royal family of Western Shu, who had won the hearts of the people, even the old emperor was stabbed to death by Su Xiao. Nearly 100 members of the royal family were hanged on the city wall. Almost everyone in Western Shu was wiped out. As a result, the emperor could sleep soundly. Let's not talk about how Su Xiao has been these years. Even I, a dandy who at most brought disaster to the young ladies of cold lands, was assassinated countless times. If I wasn't lucky, I would have died long ago. Jiang Ni is like this, I can accept it. She's just a little girl who lost her parents when she was only 5 years old. If she wants to make things difficult for me, it's reasonable. But there are so many old foxes who have lived for several decades or even 60 years. How could they be so unreasonable? Dragging a group of young talents who were cultivated with great difficulty to be buried with you. Isn't it good to live well? Su Fingnian's expression became surprisingly gentle. He softly said, it's good to die, I can accompany my mother. The bull rider didn't dare to say anything, afraid that he would be slapped in the face. Su Fingnian regained his composure and said, you might not believe it, but I held a saber when I was 6 years old and killed people when I was 9 years old. At that time, my wish was to be the #1 martial art master in the world, to ride the fiercest horse, to use the fastest and biggest saber. When I saw injustice on the road, would draw my saber to help. In the future, I would marry a woman who was as gentle and kind as my mother. What does Bailiang's hundreds of thousands of armored cavalry have to do with me? But after I grew up, I realized that many things can't be done as you wish. Many people, when you tried to reason with them, they would not listen to reason. So when Su Xiao told me not to touch a saber for 10 years and then to travel for 3 years after 10 years, I did it. Last year, old Huang, who was missing his front teeth, died. I didn't ask Su Xiao if this was because he wanted old Huang to die on top of the martial emperor city wall. I didn't dare to ask. Today, I practice the saber. In the future, I practice the sword. Even if I can't master it well or give up halfway, I will still. The young martial granduncle broke out in a cold sweat and kept quiet out of fear. Su Fingnian leaned his head against the stone wall and didn't speak his final thoughts. He only looked at the luminous pearl on the other side of the wall and said self-mockingly, you asked my sister to live a better life in Jiangnan. If she's not happy, I won't be polite to you. I learned this from everyone in the world. Hong Shixiang said with a bitter face, but I can't be more reasonable than anyone else. Su Fingnian remembered that during his 3 years of travel, by the banks of the Luo River, he saw a graceful figure in the distance. He said in a daze, the lovesickness saber is best at killing people. Hong Shixiang was just about to flatter him and say that His Royal Highness' words were very knowledgeable and particular, but Su Fingnian saw this coming and said, shut up. Chapter 51. Su Fingnian told the bull rider to shut his mouth. He was just about to have this fellow go to the thatched cottage and bring some paper over. His experience on the mountain required him to write a letter to Su Xiao. If the Golden Princess Sui Zhu had come to Bailiang and Wudong out of childishness, then there was no need to be overly concerned. It was just a matter of old enmity adding to new hatred. Su Fingnian had plenty of lice and was not afraid of an itch. In any case, he most likely would not go to that majestic and imposing capital city in his lifetime. But if it was someone or a small group of people who instigated it, then he could not let his guard down. Don't look at how Su Xiao was an extremely high official with boundless glory. Who knows when dark clouds would descend on the city? When dealing with people, there were two kinds of people most afraid. One was extremely intelligent, and the other was self-righteous idiots. And in Bailiang, these two kinds of people were the most common. Su Fingnian was just about to order this martial granduncle of his, when a strange phenomenon occurred. The huge waterfall that was cascading downwards suddenly exploded. The waves were like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Su Fingnian and Hong Shixiang both became drowned rats. Su Fingnian did not care about this splash of water. He stared fixedly at the scene on the huge rock in the middle of the white elephant pond outside the waterfall. In the blink of an eye, he could vaguely see the sword maniac Wang Xiaoping, whose seniority in Wudong was as high as the sect leader. He stood proudly, the peachwood sword in his hand pointed straight into the cave. This sword was incomparably domineering, giving His Royal Highness a show of strength. Wang Xiaoping, who had been silent for more than 10 years, really did not say anything. He floated away, coming and going in an unrestrained manner. Just like Su Fingnian when he was traveling in exile, he probably liked this kind of young chivalrous hero. His nose was up in the sky, arrogant beyond belief. Even when crossing a river, he did not want to sit on a small boat and instead wanted to float on the water. The problem was, if you float, you can float, but don't splash the water and let the common people on the boat be covered in water. If His Royal Highness were to bump into them, not to mention cheering and rewarding them, he would definitely drag these bastards out and beat them up. He would soak them in water for a few months and see if they still dared to show off in the future. The baffled Su Fingnian glared at Hong Shixiang, who was implicated. The latter said innocently, "Junior brother Wang was born in the year of the ox, that's why he has such a stubborn temper. He used to practice his sword here, so he's probably a little annoyed." His Royal Highness was magnanimous enough to not lower himself to senior brother Wang's level. His Royal Highness will become the #1 saber master in the future, and he will become the #1 saber master in the world. He will become a legend in Wudong. Su Fingnian ordered unhappily, "Go to the hut and get me some paper and ink." Hong Shixiang eagerly ran off to carry the things. Su Fingnian opened the food box. He had just picked up the bowl and was about to use the chopsticks to pick up a mouthful of dried bamboo shoots and vegetables when he spat out a mouthful of blood into the bowl. The red and white mixed together. Su Fingnian exhaled a long breath. Wudong's medicinal pills were indeed extraordinary. After spitting out the blood, his qi and meridians were much more comfortable. Su Fingnian expressionlessly swallowed the bowl of rice, chewing it carefully and swallowing it slowly. After finishing the bowl, what he ate was not the food that Hong Shixiang brought, but Jiang and I, who had never set foot on the hanging immortal cliff before. In her hand was an ancient inkstone and several pieces of green sandalwood paper. The origin of the palm-sized ancient inkstone was frightening. In West Chu, there was a man who did not love the country nor did he love beauties, but only loved brush and ink. He was Jiang Ni's imperial uncle. This ancient inkstone was ranked second among the ancient inkstones in the world by him. It was the best quality fire clay inkstone. Its quality was outstanding. It was warm in the winter but did not freeze, cool in the summer but did not wither. It could accumulate for several years without rotting. Even though Jiang Ni was a country's imperial uncle, he was still reluctant to use it. When it fell into Su Fingnian's hands, he would use it every 10 days. Seeing ginger mud, Su Fingnian still had her grind the ancient inkstone. He picked out the best Guangdong Liaowei, and waited patiently for the ink to become uniform under Princess Taiping's delicate hands, until it glowed with the unique reddish hue of clay. Only then did he pick up the brush and start writing. Today, after meeting with Princess Sui Zhu, he wrote down everything, no matter how big or small. Su Fengnian Xiaojie was the most outstanding. The ancients said that learning to read a book must be done first to learn the regular script. The big script was based on the facial bones and willow tendons. The regular script was based on the Ouyang script. Finally, it was reduced to the mosquito regular script, imitating the Zhongwang. This was an ancient teaching. Most of the scholars in the world followed this order step by step. However, under Li Yishan's guidance, Su Fengnian did the opposite. Learning Xiaojie, he followed the Xiaozhuan ancient script. If he could not write Xiaojie well, he was not allowed to touch other things. As soon as he was discovered, he would be beaten with a green-gourd wine pot. Among the contemporary calligraphers, only an old monk from the two Zen temples, who was addicted to wine as if it was his life, could enter Li Yishan's discerning eyes. He was said to be, when this monk is drunk, there is only Vajra's glaring eyes, there is absolutely no bodhisattva's lowering eyebrows. Therefore, His Royal Highness calligraphy carried a rare charm, full of murderous aura. Speaking of which, of Su Zhao's 2 daughters and 2 sons, only Su Fengnian's calligraphy was presentable. Needless to say, Su Longxiang did not know a single word of Duda. Su Zhihu could be considered mediocre. Even the amazingly talented Su Weisheng was pitiful. His poetry and literature could be said to be the best in the world. Only this word, even Su Xiao could not be thick-skinned enough to say that it was good. Su Weisheng's letters back home to Beiliang were few and far between. Perhaps this was the reason. Su Fengnian blew dry the last few drops of ink and folded the letter. Who would deliver the letter became a problem. He did not want this secret letter to fall into the hands of a Wudong Taoist priest. But the people of Beiliang Palace next to him were the last of the imperial bloodline of West Chu. Not to mention the distance between him and the trusted direct line of descent, his thin and weak body was also not suitable to deliver a letter. It was hard to guarantee that there were no deranged death warriors or assassins waiting around Wudong endlessly. The Beiliang soldiers at the foot of the mountain were escorting Princess Sui Zhu and the other 3 people away. Could it be that he had to call several Wudong masters to make a trip there? Su Fengnian lamented. Fine, he used his final trump card. He went out and chopped a small section of green bamboo with embroidery and stuffed the letter into it. He put 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled, summoning the blue and white Luan from the top of Wudong Mountain. He tied a piece of cloth to its claws and the 6-year-old phoenix flapped its wings and flew away, disappearing in an instant. Su Fengnian came to the edge of the white elephant pond and looked at the sparkling water in the pond. He also looked at the breathtaking huge rock that looked like a dragon's horn. Jiang and I, who had been standing behind Su Fengnian all this time, said firmly, "I want to go down the mountain." Su Fengnian frowned and said, "You don't even want to take care of the vegetable garden. Are you going to let that little garden be abandoned?" She repeated in an old-fashioned manner, "I want to go down the mountain." Su Fengnian said angrily, "Let's make this clear first. The moment you go down the mountain, I'll flatten it." Unexpectedly, Jiang and I was not moved at all. "Up to you." Su Fengnian was completely at his wit's end. His heart was moved. He laughed and said, "If you want to go down the mountain, then go down the mountain. Your feet are on your body. I can't tie you up. But before you go down the mountain, come with me to do something. In return, I'll give you the fire clay inkstone in your hand. How about it?" Chapter 52. Without another word, Jiang and I threw the inkstone in her hand into the white elephant pond. She didn't want this ancient inkstone to be ruined by the guy in front of her. The reason why she cared so much about it was that it had become a demon in her heart. Not only was it a relic of West Chu's former glory, but there was also a secret that she had hidden very deeply. In Bailiang Palace, there were only two people she dared to express her hatred for. Other than Su Fengnian, who was ranked first, there was also that Su Weisheng, who was flawless except for his handwriting and appearance. That year, when she tried to assassinate His Royal Highness in bed, she failed. Su Fengnian only gave her a slap on the face and said a few harsh words, but Su Weisheng came back from Shangyin Academy thousands of miles away and threw her into the well. The well water wasn't as high as a person, it couldn't drown anyone, but it was dark without daylight. Moreover, the most vicious woman in the world added frost on top of frost and covered her with a slate, making her stay at the bottom of the well for 3 days and 3 nights. After she came out of the well, she accidentally learned that Su Weisheng's calligraphy was terrible. Jiang and I began to practice hard on her own. She didn't have a brush or an inkstone, it was fine. She used a branch as a brush, rainwater, snow, and all kinds of water without roots could be used as ink. Her memory of copying before she was 5 years old had long been blurred. Later on, Jiang and I only cared about venting her emotions. She could write numbers with 1 stroke. Often, the writing on the ground was strange and abnormal, contrary to the current calligraphy style. Su Fengnian looked at the sky and said, "I'll call you at night." Jiang and I didn't ask anything. She went to the hut and squatted down to look at the vegetable garden for the last time. It could be seen that although she was stubborn, she was still reluctant to leave. Su Fengnian shouted, "The one who rides the bull, get out here." The young Shishu really came out. Su Fengnian was used to this bird man's appearance and disappearance. He said, "Go prepare some wine and meat, a large awl for writing on the board. If it's really not enough, a broom is fine, and a bucket of ink. Go now." Hong Shixiang was puzzled. What is His Royal Highness doing? Su Fengnian laughed, practicing calligraphy. Hong Shixiang said in panic, "Don't tell me he's going to write on the wall of Xiang Monastery." Su Fengnian comforted him, "How could I do such a tasteless thing?" Hong Shixiang said uncertainly, "Really?" Su Fengnian gave him the word scram. Apart from praying for his own good fortune, Hong Shixiang also prayed for Purple Sun Temple. This His Royal Highness better not cause any trouble. Which of the 100 or so Taoist priests of Xiang Monastery wasn't living in fear these days? It was said that the Taoist priest couldn't sleep well every night. Every day, he would go to the eldest senior brother's place to complain, pleading for the devil incarnate who was stirring up trouble at some unknown time to be invited to another place. Su Fengnian waited for an hour. When Hong Shixiang brought the things over, he returned to the waterfall to rest. The bull rider brought a pot of fragrant rice wine, 2 pounds of cooked beef, a giant awl half the height of a person and a barrel of ink. It was very complete. Su Fengnian really didn't know what this bull rider was doing every day. If he wasn't running errands and delivering food, he would be sitting by the waterside in a daze. If not, he would be herding cows and riding cows. How did he cultivate the way of heaven? If cultivating the way of heaven was so comfortable and easy, Su Fengnian would want to go and cultivate it. The 15th day of the month was a full moon. With such a large silver plate hanging in the sky, there was no need to carry a lantern when walking at night. Su Fengnian originally wanted to use a night pearl to illuminate the way, but there was no need for that. He called Jiang and I, who had been staying in the vegetable garden like a clay figurine, and walked towards the peak of the mountain. Xiang Monastery had avoided a calamity, but the pitiful Taishu Temple, the first of Wudong's 36 palaces, was about to suffer. The night is like a worm, the mountain is like a crouching cow. The bright moon is like a cocoon, it wraps me and Jiang and I. Su Fengnian's poetic spirit was greatly aroused. He improvised a lame 5-character poem with an uneven rhythm and was immensely proud of himself. This poem is superb. Little clay figurine, what do you think of the moaning poems of the scholars of Liangzhou? Almost all of the heavy objects were carried by her. Jiang and I, who was on her back, didn't even have the time to change her expression. Su Fengnian brought Jiang and I up the steps, heading straight for the Taishu Temple at the peak of Big Lotus Peak. There was a white jade plaza, the most suitable place to write and paint. Which scholar would dare to use a large awl to write the characters fighting in front of Wudong's Taishu Temple? Only His Royal Highness. This was a true hedonist. In an evil village, he only knew how to bully men and tyrannize women, climbing walls and looking at red apricots. He was too petty. Arriving in front of the Taishu Temple, the mountain breeze brushed against his face, cooling his body. Su Fengnian had Jiang and I place the things on the steps. He tore off a piece of beef and sat down, thinking about how to write. Regular script, running script, or the cursive script that he secretly practiced. Should it be the Futu Temple monolith, Huangzhou cold food calligraphy, or urgent calligraphy? Compared to regular script, Su Fengnian was actually more fond of cursive script, unrestrained and unrestrained. However, Li Yishan said that his skill was not enough and that he was far from the level where success would follow naturally. He did not allow His Royal Highness to touch it, which was a regrettable matter. The roof of the Taishu Temple's main hall was paved with peacock blue glazed tiles. The 3 ridges hung down from the roof, with yellow and green as the main hall's decorative carvings. The large eaves were flying upwards, the world-famous Daijing corner eaves. Su Fengnian got up and picked up the large awl and dipped it into the water bucket. He shook it a bit but still couldn't think of what to write. When it was time to write, he regretted not having enough books, but when it was time to write, he regretted being lazy. The ancients did not deceive him. Su Fengnian held the large brush and sighed again and again. In the end, he decided to drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Perhaps he could write something good with the wine. When he turned around, he was stunned. Jiang and I had already raised her head and gulped down a large mouthful of wine. She, who had never drunk wine before, immediately flushed red, just like the peach blossoms in the West Chu Palace. It was rumored that the West Chu Emperor doted on Princess Taiping to the extreme. The little princess asked the peach blossoms in the courtyard how heavy they were. Su Fengnian sighed quietly and dipped the large brush into the ink bucket. Today, he wanted to see her calligraphy. Although the present world's cursive script was far from Li Chao, it was still what his master Li Yishan called Zhang Chao. It was far from Li Yishan's realm of removing all rules, writing until the end is illiterate. There were only a few people in the world, such as the strange monk in the 2 Zen temples, who could be like what scholar Li Yishan said: joys and sorrows, riches and honor, poverty and poverty, yearning, intoxication, injustice, resentment, only when the heart moves and the words become one with heaven and earth. Jiang and I walked shakily towards the large ink bucket. After holding it with both hands, she walked to the center of the square and began to write. At that time, Su Fengnian knew that when she smiled, the scenery was moving. When she was sad and wanted to cry but did not cry, it was even more moving. The brush in her arms moved like a dragon. It was as if there was a ghost at the tip of the brush. The large brush had 245 characters. One stroke often had 5 or 6 characters. It started with West Shuiyue, mountains and rivers die. East Yu, mountains and rivers die. At the head of the river, the people suffer. At the end of the river, the people suffer. It ended with Jiang and I swears to kill Su Fengnian. She held the large brush and sat near the character Nian. Her body was covered in ink. She was lost in thought and tears streamed down her face. Su Fengnian sat on the highest step and muttered to himself, "What a good, great gunghorn swearing to kill under the moon." Chapter 53. That night, Jiang and I, who was no longer West Chu's Princess Taiping, went down the mountain alone. Su Fengnian did not fly into a rage out of humiliation and destroy her rebellious cursive script. He just lay on the stone steps, drank half a pot of rice wine, ate all the beef, and waited for the east to turn white before leaving Taishu Temple. That day, Su Fengnian was still diligently practicing his blade. A clumsy bird always flies backward, always suffering a little. After dawn, the little boy sweeping the floor saw the scribbled words on the square and was shocked. He thought that an immortal had descended to the mortal world to write a heavenly book. He threw away his broom and ran back to the hall to call for his master. After his master read it, he called for his master again. Finally, the 6 most senior martial grand masters of Wudang were all gathered. The only person in the world to have completed the Great Yellow Court Pass in the last 60 years was the sect leader Wang Zhongluo. Chen Yao, who was in charge of Wudang's moral precepts, was inflexible but not inflexible. He was over 90 years old, but his body was still healthy. He loved to walk in circles and reprimand the most talented disciple on the mountain. Before he finished scolding, he would begin to feel sorry for him. Song Jiming, who had lived for 2 centuries and was a full 140 years old, appeared to be the lowest in seniority. He had already come out of the last prison pass 7 or 8 times. If he wasn't the first in the world, then he would be the second. At the same time, he was in charge of refining external elixirs. Wudang had nearly 100 elixirs, most of which came from his hands. Yu Xingrui, who had just returned from his travels in the Eastern Sea, was dressed sloppily. His inner strength was vigorous, second only to Wang Zhongluo. He had just reached 60 years old and had taken in a disciple with an exceptionally good constitution. The child was not even 20 years old. Wudang's seniority often had nothing to do with age. The sword maniac Wang Xiaoping, who was even more mute than a mute, was like an ancient well without ripples. It was as if he had no other concerns in his life besides the sword. In addition, the last person on Wudang Mountain was probably the one who did not do proper work and only pursued the illusory heavenly Tao, Hong Shixiang. Good writing. Chen Yao praised from the bottom of his heart. Excellent. Yu Xingrui nodded in agreement. Good writing is good. Apart from the 7 words at the end, this Daxiong is filled with grief and indignation, yet unyielding. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Song Jiming, who was twice the age of an average person, sighed heavily. He bent his waist and stood at the beginning of the book, studying it carefully. Twirling his vine-like white eyebrows with one hand, he exclaimed in surprise, "Come to think of it, it seems that the seemingly redundant 7 words at the end are the finishing touches. What a great oath of death. Good calligraphy. Compared to the current cursive script, it's even more boundless and unrestrained. The dragon leaps over the heavenly gate and the tiger crouches on the mountain. What's more, it's a good piece of writing. It's hard to imagine that it came from a girl who's not even 20 years old." Wang Zhongluo's words sealed the coffin. "Shoo, shoo, shoo. Be softer," Junior Granduncle said nervously. "What's there to be afraid of? His Royal Highness is practicing his swordsmanship down there," Wang Zhongluo teased. "In any case, I'll be the only unlucky one when the time comes." Hong Shixiang muttered. "It's easy to get along with young people." "We're all old," Wang Zhongluo said with a smile. "Eldest senior brother, just because I'm young, you're pushing me into the fire pit," Hong Shixiang said with grief and indignation. "Junior brother, you have to understand that if I don't enter hell, who will? The heavenly Tao is nothing more than this." Wang Zhongluo laughed. In front of his junior brothers, how could he have the demeanor of a transcendent Taoist immortal? Bullshit. That's Buddhist language. Hong Shixiang shouted. 10,000 streams flow from the east into the sea. The words are different, but the logic is the same. Yu Xingrui laughed, adding insult to injury. "Did you hear that? Your senior brother Yu's words are reasonable." Wang Zhongluo patted his junior brother's shoulder, then exchanged a smile with Yu Xingrui. They were all old and had no hope of immortalization. The greatest joy they had was to tease their junior brother a little. Who knew when they would be lying in a coffin, so they would say as many words as they could. Wang Zhonglo said, "Junior brother, your calligraphy is the best here. Take advantage of the clear weather and copy it. Place it on the top floor of the sutra depository and store it carefully." Hong Shixiang rolled his eyes. "If I don't write it, if His Royal Highness finds out, I'll lose a layer of skin." Wang Zhonglo laughed. "At most, you won't copy the last 7 words. What's there to be afraid of?" Hong Shixiang muttered, "In any case, the one who gets beaten up won't be eldest senior brother." Wang Xiaoping, who had not spoken for 16 years, stood still for a long time. Finally, he said hoarsely, "There's sword intent in the words." The 4 older senior brothers looked at each other, then they all smiled knowingly. Hong Shixiang, who had not heard his 6th senior brother speak ever since he came up the mountain, said in despair, "I'll write it." 3 days later, thunder boomed loudly. Su Fingnian came to the Great Void Temple again with an oil paper umbrella. After the rain, there was only darkness on the ground. The rain gradually became heavier. The raindrops poured down on the umbrella and made a pitter-patter sound. He saw a thin figure carrying a peachwood sword come to the square and stand in the other corner. Su Fingnian did not know if the white-haired old man had left Bailiang Palace or not. Otherwise, he could have called him over to fight with this sword maniac. After the life-or-death battle with the Donghua swordsman, it was different to watch experts fight. It was no longer just a show. Dispelling this tempting idea, Su Fingnian turned and went down the mountain. Outside the thatched cottage, Wudong Garden's first-class maid, Blue Bird, stood in the thunderstorm. She held an oil paper umbrella with a blue wand painted on it, quietly waiting for His Royal Highness. Blue Bird brought with her a letter that de Zhugua had personally handed to her. Su Fingnian walked into the room that was filled with secret manuals and almost had no place to stand. The bed, table, and chairs had already been piled up. There was only a clean space in the corner. Unsurprisingly, that was where Jiang and I slept. Su Fingnian sat on a pile of books. He tore a few pages from the Tiger Cage Saber to wipe his face, and then tore a few pages to wipe the rain off his hands. Only then did he open the letter. In the letter, Su Shao wrote that he had already sent people to the capital to gather information. He did not hide anything. He had begun to prepare to invite a bodhisattva to suppress Eunuch Sunday. In 2 years, he would make Eunuch's son lose his power. What really stunned Su Fingnian was that Su Shao had finally uncovered the mystery. Why did he want him to come to Wudong? He wanted Wang Zhonglo to transfer his mystic understanding cultivation to him. This was a shady business that defied the heavens. Was he not afraid of being struck by lightning? Su Fingnian destroyed the secret letter. His heart was in turmoil. He raised his head to look at Blue Bird, who was standing at the door, and asked, "Can internal energy be transferred to others? If so, as long as one passes on one's internal energy before death, won't the experts of the sects and large sects become stronger with each generation?" Blue Bird said calmly, "The effects of a pill or a bowl of rice vary from person to person. The amount of internal energy transferred is at most half. There was once a devil in Jianghu. His internal energy was profound. He liked to forcefully transfer internal energy to others. He saw with his own eyes how those people's bodies could not bear the burden. In the end, their limbs exploded and they died. Only a complete head was left. Su Fingnian was dumbfounded. There's such a madman who harms others without benefiting himself. Blue Bird nodded. Su Fingnian asked, "Do you think this is Su Zhao's idea, or my master's?" Blue Bird replied honestly, "I don't dare to say." Su Fingnian said helplessly, "Then it must be Su Shao." Chapter 54. Blue Bird looked around and unexpectedly smiled. Su Fingnian said softly, "Wait for the rain to lessen before you go down the mountain." Blue Bird made a sound of agreement. Blue Bird still had to go down the mountain in the end. Su Fingnian accompanied her to the Black Tortoise Dongxing Memorial Arch before turning around. Returning to the thatched cottage, Su Fengnian looked at the muddy vegetable garden and chuckled. If you hate me, why do you have to write it down? If second sister finds out, won't you be looking for a beating again? Girl, you don't remember a good beating. Following that, His Royal Highness continued to immerse himself in practicing his blade. However, he began to boldly go to the purple bamboo forest on Big Lotus Peak to look for trouble. It must be known that that was the forbidden area of the founder, Wang Xiaoping. Few of the same generation as this sword maniac on Wudong Mountain dared to disturb him. Only the young martial granduncle would go there to graze or find some suitable slender purple bamboo to make a fishing rod. The first time Su Fengnian went to the purple bamboo forest, he was forced out by a sword strike that cut through dozens of purple bamboo trees. The second time, he recklessly took a sword strike and ended up lying on a wooden plank bed for half a month, causing Wudong Mountain to take out a good bottle of high-grade pills. When Su Fengnian was able to split open a waterfall, he visited the purple bamboo forest again. However, after a sword strike, he was forced to withdraw. He still didn't see the sword maniac's face. However, he didn't immediately fall to the ground and couldn't get up. In any case, he was able to stagger back to the thatched cottage. Wudong Mountain and Mount Longhu were both of the Cauldron branch. Not only did they promote the cultivation of the dragon and tiger embryonic breathing technique, but they also accepted the external pills that Mount Longhu condemned as heretical. Qingyun Peak had several Qianjun cauldrons. The alchemists were the ones on the mountain who were most willing to endure hardships. Every year, they consumed nearly 10,000 caddies of charcoal. Su Fengnian once went to Qingyun Peak to observe the cauldron opening ceremony. It was said that apart from the main peak of Lotus Peak, this mountain was the most evil and inviolable. One had to choose an auspicious day to build an altar and burn talismans. The alchemists would kneel at the foot of the peak and pray to the heavenly sovereign of the great Tao. Only after the ceremony did they ascend the mountain. This finally made His Royal Highness understand that cultivating the Tao wasn't easy, and alchemy was even harder. However, this didn't stop Su Fengnian from eating pills like a cow chewing on peonies. This made Hong Shixiang, who had finally convinced his third martial brother Song Jiming to allow His Royal Highness to enter the mountain to watch the alchemy, extremely angry. He had no choice but to throw a flirtatious glance at this heartless blind man. Eldest martial brother had said that young people were easy to communicate with. This was completely unreasonable. The scent of osmanthus on the mountain was very fragrant. Other than competing with the waterfall at the foot of the immortal hanging peak, Su Fengnian would occasionally go to the purple bamboo forest to fight with Wang Xiaoping. Finally, he was barely able to withstand one sword strike without falling. Although it was just one sword strike, whether or not Su Fengnian fell or not meant that Su Fengnian had reached a higher level in his saber practice. Probably because he suddenly discovered that the number of purple bamboos in the purple bamboo forest had suddenly decreased, the sword fanatic's next sword strike was even more unpredictable. Very few people could have predicted that the notorious His Royal Highness could really stay on Mount Wudong for half a year. Some of the young Taoists who had come into contact with the affairs of the mortal world were guessing whether or not His Royal Highness had hidden a dozen or so beautiful maids on the mountain, or whether or not His Royal Highness was feasting on fish and meat every day. At the same time, the number of times they saw their young martial granduncle decreased. Therefore, there were also young Taoists who spread rumors that His Royal Highness was the reincarnation of a devil and needed the reincarnation of Great Emperor Zhenwu's young martial granduncle to suppress him. The bull-riding Hong Shixiang turned a deaf ear to the rumors and did not take the initiative to explain anything. When he met a younger Taoist who was younger than him and asked such questions, he would answer with a smile, "His Royal Highness is reading the Cloud Bookcase 7 Lots and Daoist Yishu. He is very attentive." If it was someone else who said this, naturally no one would be willing to believe it. But when it came from the martial granduncle's mouth, it was still doubtful. Occasionally, a Taoist priest, whose seniority was neither low nor low, would ask with righteous indignation, Hong Shu, that person surnamed Su did not want to be His Highness the heir apparent. Why did he come to Mount Wudong to abuse his power? Who is he practicing his blade for? The young martial granduncle laughed and said, probably for him to practice his blade for himself. His Royal Highness is born rich and noble, his hobbies will always be different from ordinary people. He is indeed a bit different. There would always be people who couldn't help but sneer. He must have secretly learned our Wudong's secret techniques and practiced his blade so that he can go down the mountain to commit evil. At this time, the young martial granduncle fell silent. Today, he had released the green ox and walked alone through the mountain forest towards the hanging coffin. He saw a Wudong Mountain's unique autumn cicada fly past his eyes. Hong Xixiang didn't seem to speed up his pace, but after walking a few steps like a drunkard, he caught up with the autumn cicada and gently pinched it, blocking it just before it crashed into a spider web. The young martial granduncle lowered his head and bent his waist as he walked past the spider web. Only then did he release his 2 fingers and release the autumn cicada. Actually, after this cicada evolved from a larva to an adult, its lifespan was at most 3 months. But Hong Xixiang still saved it, without any reason. He just did a small thing that couldn't be more natural. This martial granduncle who had been doing small things like this for more than 20 years on the mountain had always been regarded by everyone as the best candidate to comprehend the way of heaven. But it seemed that he himself didn't know what the way of heaven was, nor did he spend any effort to think deeply. He ate, drank, pooped, herded cows, read books, and enjoyed the scenery. Hong Xixiang slowly walked out of the thatched hut and saw His Royal Highness picking a cucumber from the vegetable garden and putting it in his mouth to chew on. Hong Xixiang wanted to steal a cucumber to taste while His Royal Highness wasn't paying attention, but Su Fingnian used the embroidered winter scabbard to slap away his claws. Hong Xixiang, who could only crouch on the side and watch curiously, asked, His Royal Highness, is he really willing to part with the red and tender wine face, clear and beautiful singing voice, delicacies and brocade bedding of the prince's estate? Su Fingnian laughed, saying, if you did this every day for more than 10 years, you would also be willing. Hong Xixiang shook his head, saying, I just can't bear to part with this mountain. Su Fingnian said disdainfully, you're a coward, these are 2 different things. Hong Xixiang pursed his lips. This was the young martial granduncle's greatest protest. Su Fingnian said mockingly, I even dare to go up the mountain to practice the blade, you don't dare to go down the mountain. Are there groups of demons and monsters at the foot of the mountain, or are there demons and monsters everywhere? Taking a step back, even if there are, don't we need you Taoists to slay demons and monsters? Hong Xixiang still shook his head vigorously. Su Fingnian didn't waste any more saliva, asking, I'm going to the purple bamboo forest, are you coming with me? Hong Xixiang shook his head even more like a rattle drum, waving his hand, saying, I'm not going. Even senior brother Wang won't let me go there to graze the cows anymore. Su Fingnian gnawed on a cucumber, carrying the winter embroidered blade as he left the little vegetable garden, saying vaguely, what's so great about being number 1 in the world? It's better to be the only one in the world. Everyone is fighting for the title of number 1 in the world. In the end there's only one person, but the latter is something that everyone has a chance of attaining. This is the way of the heavens. Hong Xixiang squatted on the ground, his hand supporting his cheeks as he sank into deep thought. I understand a little, but I don't understand a little. Su Fingnian, who was walking with his back facing Hong Xixiang, coldly snorted, don't steal cucumbers anymore, I've already counted them. If I find out that you're missing even one, I'll beat you until your 3 legs are covered in blood, do you understand? Hong Xixiang squeezed out a smile, saying, I understand very well. Chapter 55. Su Fingnian was just about to go to the mute sword maniac to learn about the so-called sword energy when he heard a pig-like wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, accompanied by a mournful cry that sounded like the death of one's parents. Su Fingnian turned around with a smile and saw a big meatball rolling and crawling over. He quickly used the winter embroidery scabbard to block the momentum of the meatball that weighed 150 kilograms. Only Chu Lushan, this fat weirdo, dared to act so shamelessly and seductively in front of His Royal Highness. Seeing the dark-skinned Su Fengnian, the fat man nicknamed Lu Qiu, struggled to squat at the feet of the crown prince with snot and tears. His white and fat hands held the winter embroidery scabbard as he sobbed. Su Fengnian liked to see Lu Qiu's exaggerated actions the most. He was happy every time he saw it. As for whether it was real or fake, as long as the Su royal banner didn't fall, it couldn't be any more real. Su Fengnian pulled out the scabbard and patted the dignified General Long Wu's cheeks. "Get up and talk. You're a third-rank secondary-class general. I've never heard of you kneeling to your parents before me. However, I've heard that you vent your anger on your parents for no reason. By the way, Lu Qiu, have you finished the task that Su Xiao gave you?" Chu Lushan didn't bother to wipe off the buckets of sweat that he had crawled out of Wudong. He struggled to get up, the fat on his body trembling. He really didn't know how his maidservants and concubines could withstand the pressure of 150 kilograms of fat. The round fat ball smiled flatteringly and said, "It's almost done. There are people watching over the rest. There won't be any loopholes. Lu Qiu's parents are two disrespectful old people. They only gave birth to me and did a good deed. Why should I kneel? On the other hand, His Royal Highness is wise and powerful. He monopolizes the world and is talented. Today, he has achieved great success in his saber practice. He is a master of both the pen and the sword. He is willing to kneel to your highness even if he dies. Your highness, this mountain is really not a place for people to stay. Lu Qiu boldly invites your highness back to the mansion. Hey, Lu Qiu went out to do some work this time and found a pair of lovely twin lotus flowers on one stalk in Gongnamdu for your highness. They are only in their prime, but they are as plump as a beautiful woman. Your highness, you can pick them." Su Fengnian's face was gloomy. Chu Lushan, who did not know how he had angered His Royal Highness, suddenly thought of the old servant with missing front teeth. Among the 9 sabers, sword 2 seemed to be called twin lotus flowers on one stalk. The fat man quickly slapped himself twice. He used a lot of strength and was not careless at all. His whole face was red as braised meat. He said regretfully, "This lowly one deserves to die." Su Fengnian put his arm around Chu Lushan's shoulder and laughed. "Look, the relationship between us brothers has become estranged, hasn't it? I was just trying to scare you, and you took it seriously. You deserve to be slapped." Lu Qiu nodded vigorously and slapped herself twice. The slapping sounds were unusually loud. She had definitely used all the strength she had last night to drink milk. Chu Lushan was notorious in Liangland. He had truly reached the level of innumerable crimes. One of them was that as long as he heard that a beautiful woman had given birth to a child, he would kidnap her and bring her to his mansion to drink milk. If the milk was good, the result would be good. After eating and drinking, she would be rewarded with silver tails. If the milk was bad, her breasts would be cut off. This kind of jackal had always been a dog in Liang Prince's mansion. But this dog had followed the Great Pillar State to the north and south. It had once carried Su Xiao on the battlefield and blocked a full 11 swords. Therefore, when Su Xiao was conferred the title of queen, he had promised his adopted son Chu Lushan that he could commit 11 capital crimes and not die. The other adopted sons had their own factions, but they all despised Chu Lushan. For example, Yuan Zhuozong had never looked at this fat man properly, let alone the butcher Chen Jibao, who had even said that he would light Lu Qiu's body up as a sky lantern in the future. Su Fengnian brought Chu Lushan to the elephant washing pool. It was immediately cool. Looking at Yuanqiu carefully squatting down and splashing some water on her face, Su Fengnian asked with a smile, "You didn't come all the way up the mountain just to howl a few times in front of me, right?" Chu Lushan raised his head and smiled. "There are some interesting news recently. I was afraid that your highness would be lonely on the mountain, so I wanted to tell you to relieve your boredom. Su Fengnian was interested. Lu Qiu, is still the warmest. Quickly tell me. Chu Lushan sat down on a stone and said with a smile of exultation, the first is that a young genius swordsman named Wu Luding appeared in the Wu family's sword tomb. He left the sword tomb at the age of 20 and went down the mountain to challenge the world's famous swordsman. So far, he has not been defeated. He will soon reach the Yu King's sword pool. There will be a good show soon. This man surnamed Wu's swordsmanship is very good. He walked from the north to the south with a single sword. Although he has never fought with a level 1 master, there are 6 or 7 masters who died under his sword who have been famous for decades. However, Lu Qiu thinks that no matter how powerful his sword is, it is like an embroidery needle compared to your highness' saber. Su Fengnian smiled and did not comment. He signaled with his eyes for Lu Qiu to continue. Lu Qiu wiped the water droplets on his face that were warmed by his body temperature as soon as he came out of the pool. He continued, the next 2 things are related to Second Commandery Princess. 2 years ago, Second Commandery Princess was the invigilator of the Shangyin Academy. She gave a 5-character quatrain to a scholar from Western Shu and said that it was unbearable to look at. The scholar was not convinced and asked who in the world could look good in poetry. Your Highness, do you know what Second Commandery Princess said? Second Commandery Princess's comments almost angered all the literary and famous scholars in the dynasty. She commented that Song Qimen's poetry was dispirited and full of lewdness in the boudoir and the feelings of visiting prostitutes. She commented that Grand Secretary Yuan Jiang, Shen Haitang, Zhang Jiao and the like were weak in technique and thought, fishing for fame. Overall, their talent was not high and their interest was not high. They were far from being called great poets. She commented that the great poet of Shangyin Academy, Yan Jidao's short chapter, Shaoling, was pure music of nature and could not be seen through human effort. Even Second Commandery Princess's teacher, Su Huang, did not escape the disaster. He was commented that he was full of emotion and less of reality. For example, although the beauty from a poor family was extremely beautiful, she lacked the bearing of wealth and honor. In the end, the scholar who was arrogant because of his talent was dumbfounded and had no more arrogance. He could only quietly ask the first CI deity, Li Fuzhen, what should he do? Who would have thought that Second Commandery Princess still commented that the poem could only be read as unreadable, could not be called a poem and could not be sung. As for the rest of the people under Li Fuzhen, they could not even read it. Chu Lushan was panting as he spoke, but he was in high spirits. It was strange to say that Su Jihu, one of the 2 women of the Pillar State, hated Lu Qiu to the core and wished that he could beat her to death. On the contrary, Su Weisheng, who had an outstanding reputation, did not have much dislike for this fatty. As for his younger brother, Su Fengnian, who was hanging out with Chu Lushan, he had never asked about it. Su Fengnian laughed and said, this is great. The scholars in the world will be mad and stomping their feet. Lu Qiu laughed and said, Your Highness is wise. Once this comment was out of the academy, the world will be full of curses. On this trip, I will chop off the 10 fingers of a guy who dared to write an article accusing Second Commandery Princess of being arrogant and overconfident. Su Fengnian intentionally skipped this topic and asked, the last one. Chu Lushan's face was fierce. A young man came out of nowhere and ran to Shangyin Academy. He wanted to play chess with Second Commandery Princess, saying that he wanted to learn from the ancients and play 10 rounds of chess. Su Fengnian was surprised. My second sister agreed. Chu Lushan, whose eyebrows were full of murderous intent, sighed and said helplessly, Second Commandery Princess agreed. They played 10 rounds in 10 days, 5 wins and 5 losses. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, I guess it's still the 12 chessboards and not the 19 that my second sister created? Chu Lushan nodded. Su Fengnian understood and said, this means that no matter how good that person is at chess, he is not qualified to play with my sister on the 19 chessboards. Chu Lushan, who was in the shape of Mithraea, withdrew his murderous intent and immediately became complacent. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "After hearing your words, I remember one thing. My second sister doesn't like me to practice the knife. I have to go down the mountain and flatter her." Lu Qiu's eyes narrowed into slits and she seemed to be very happy. Su Fengnian stood up and said, "I still have to practice the knife. When you go down the mountain, go to the vegetable garden and pick 2 cucumbers to try. Fatty like you can't live without meat. You can only live long if you eat vegetables occasionally." Chu Lushan hurriedly stood up, his face full of gratitude. Su Fengnian took off his clothes and placed the embroidered winter saber on the shore. He jumped into the deep pool like a fish. Chu Lushan picked 2 cucumbers, 1 in each hand, no more and no less. After walking for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he met up with the imperial bodyguards and slowly went down the mountain. He went up the mountain by the main road that led to the Black Tortoise Dongxing Memorial Arch. When he went down the mountain, he chose the southern divine path, where pilgrims went up the mountain to offer incense. The path was more than 20 miles long, with peaks like bamboo shoots and rivers like silk. Chu Lushan was silent and even ate the bottom of the cucumber into his stomach. The imperial bodyguard commander was a strong general who killed people like scything flax. He had a good relationship with the master and servant of this adopted son of the Great Pillar State. He half-jokingly said that the general was in such a good mood that he was even interested in cucumbers. Chu Lushan didn't say anything and slapped him. The force was heavy and extremely vicious, knocking out several of the general's teeth. The general swallowed the blood and teeth in his stomach and knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Lu Qiu, who was laughing at his Royal Highness's teasing and even slapping, was expressionless. She walked on the mountain path and didn't even look at the terrified commander. She only looked back at the towering lotus peak and said softly, "I'm really not suited to be on the mountain."